Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. Yeah, we can. Walaikum assalam, ma'am. How
Yeah.
you doing? You
All right.
looking good this morning.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Noon now, ain't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
sir.
let, I let my daughter use my phone, so use my computer, and it looked like she put her name up there. So you
Yeah,
see,
yeah, I can see you though. I see the Master Bilal in the background. Alhamdulillah.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that really warmed my heart. We haven't officially gotten started yet, but see a few people are coming in. Yeah, but I'd like to welcome everyone to the Mosque Cares first Sunday, April 2023, and wish everyone Ramadan blessings, Ramadan Mubarak, as we say. And for those that aren't familiar, this is the month in which the Quran was revealed, the revelation of the Holy Quran, the seal, and the completion of prophecy for mankind, for humanity, and the book of guidance for us also, for all of humanity to the end of time. Yes, and yes, it's spring, alhamdulillah. I hope everyone's doing well and enjoying good weather, sunshine. We got heavy rains here the other day, and but alhamdulillah, but the rain is better than the cold. I don't mind the rain. So I see Imam Elam. Assalamu alaikum again, Imam Elam. And we're going to open up with Fatiha, Imam Elam.
Okay.
He's going to lead us, inshallah, and we can get our program on its way, inshallah.
Okay. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Ameen. Welcome to the first Sunday program.
Thank you. Are you interested in working on that's old school? We can share. Yeah. We're sharing our camera here.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. So at this time, you heard from our president, Imam Deputy Muhammad II. So we're going to turn it over to Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan and the Muslim Health Consortium. As Imam Muhammad II mentioned, this is the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam Deputy Muhammad's first Sunday community program. And it's a full lineup of a program today. As always, we'll begin with the Muslim Health Consortium and their health presentation presented by Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan and the rest of the Muslim Health Consortium, which will then be followed up by the Quranic Arabic discussion, which is presented by Imam Elam Muhammad. Then that'll be followed by typically and normally a business and technology presentation. And we have a special presentation that'll come in that spot, but it will be a presentation there. That'll be followed by comments from our leader, who you just heard from, Imam W.D. Muhammad II. And then that'll be our program will conclude with a presentation with as always, our featured guest presenters. And this week, our featured guest presenters are the beautiful believers of, as they call themselves, as the Muslim American community of RVA, aka Masjid Bilal, the believers of Richmond, Virginia. So they're going to be our special presenters today, inshallah, and we're going to hear from them. So with that being said, we're going to turn it over to Imam Dr. Mikhail Ramadan for the Muslim Health Consortium's portion of the program. And as always, we're broadcasting from two audiences. We have our live Zoom audience, and then we have our live YouTube audience. So those of you who are on YouTube, if you have comments or questions, please feel free to enter them into the chat. Dr. Ramadan, and I'm going to turn it over to you, inshallah.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wahdahu la sharika lah. Ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu rasuluhu sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Ramadan Mubarak. We first like to thank Imam Warathuddin Muhammad II for this opportunity for the Muslim Health Consortium to come on this wonderful platform and to share with you those things we have researched out and that we feel will benefit our community. So we'd like to jump right into it. We do have a full program for this segment. And we'd like to remind you that this is, we entitled this Public Health and Your Health. And as we've been doing for some time now, we began with a COVID update. And we'd like to say at the beginning that we're so happy to see it sort of passing into our rearview mirror. And we're pleased to see that things are looking down in every parameter. The number of cases is down, hospitalizations are down, deaths are down. In fact, deaths are down 29.4%. So this is a good space that we're in. We also see that the apparatus for COVID is being sort of dismantled. In fact, the administration, its emergency designation is going to end on May the 11th. So this is a time that it's important to debrief, because none of us have ever lived through a pandemic before. And we've all experienced it from the beginning, when it was just a few cases, all the way up to when it was devastating our population, all the way till now, when it's passing, hopefully into history. But we just want to remind you that it's still present and it's still causing deaths, so your vaccinations are still important. A few weeks ago, rather, this is the time that it's important to debrief and to see what did we learn from this. As I said, none of us have lived through a pandemic before unless you're 95 years old and was here at the last one. This taught us a lot. The most important thing, and the investigation is going on now, is where did it come from? How did it get here? What was the origin of it? And in the report that the emergency department and the FBI put out, they said that it escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China. And they said, but that's with low confidence. That means the investigation is still going on. And that's not the feeling of many agencies who feel that it jumped from other animals to humans. And in fact, a zoonotic emergence. And they felt that it has come from bats and then went to pangolins, which is a mammal, scaly anteater, and then, which is the latest information, that it came from raccoon dogs, which is also a mammal. And then it made the jump to human beings. Now, why is this investigation important? Number one, because this pandemic kills 7 million people worldwide. Okay, 7 million people, and 1 million people here in the US. So it's important for us to find out why and how and from where. Because we have the ability now to enhance or genetically modify organisms. We do that with antibiotics. which is a good thing. But the same process can also be done with pathogens, with the bad bugs. These organisms can be weaponized. And we have to see, did this occur? We have to know that and feel comfortable that it did not, because this is a sly way that things can be dropped into the population anywhere in the world, and it can impact you, me, and our families, as we have seen with this last pandemic. So there's two teams out there. One that says that we should do the exploration ourselves. We should see what it takes, which mutations are necessary to weaponize different pathogens ourselves. And so this will give us the information of how we can develop vaccines to counter it if someone should do it, or if it should occur naturally. So this is one line of thinking, that that we should do these things, give it a gain of function to these pathogens so we can learn from it. The other is saying it is too dangerous. We should not go down that path at all. And this is understandable because there's lab leaks, things get on the shoes, they get out of the lab, and they can cause pandemics in that way, or it can be taken out intentionally. Okay, so this is an important debate that is going on, and we will be tracking that in the Muslim Health Consortium. But just to update on a couple of other things that are out there, remember we mentioned the avian bird flu, H5N1, and that's a reason for 58 million chickens and ducks to have been killed worldwide, because this flu is spreading around to wild flocks and to poultry stocks. And it's the reason the cost of eggs and chicken and everything is going up. And it's suspected, as we mentioned before, that the first worldwide pandemic was from H1N1. So we are keeping an eye on that. The CDC says currently the status that among wild birds, it's widespread, poultry flocks, sporadic outbreaks, mammals, also sporadic infections. People, there's been one case in the US, and that was after that person's exposure to wild birds. There's been no person-to-person transmission of this, alhamdulillah, and the current public health status risk is low, so that's good. I know you also have heard of possibly that there's a fungus that's going around that is a real threat. This fungus is Candida auris. And this is a fungus that's been around for a long time. It occurs in soil. There's one theory that as climate change has been occurring, soil temperatures have been increasing, and this fungus has learned to adapt better to human beings. It occurs in fat folds and body creases and other areas, and we don't have any, it resists all of our antifungal medicines. The one that we primarily use is fluconazole, but it's been drug resistant. And this is not good, because once it develops in hospitals or nursing homes or on patients, you almost have to shut down that whole ward. So this could be a real threat to our system. And the WHO estimates that its mortality rate is between 30 to 53%. And that is not good at all. That's bad. And the outbreak has occurred now in about 30 countries. And so we are watching that, and it's that's a bad player. The last in this public health portion is, that there's been some infected eye drops. This has been from a couple companies, Esri Care and Delson companies, about 68 people in about 16 states have been affected by the eye drops. And these eye drops have been caused by what we call Pseudomonas aeruginosa. And that too is a bad bug. People have lost their vision. Some people have died. It's gone from the cornea to the eyeball, and they became septic. And we discussed sepsis on this platform in the past. It gets in the bloodstream, attacks the organs. You lose blood pressure and go into septic shock and die. And some have done that from infected eye drops. So it's been in artificial tears and artificial eye drops. They missed the last check to make sure that there's no bacteria in the product before it's disseminated. So we're gonna close this portion of our program and move to the presentation that we have for today. And our topic is health, wellness, safety, and more. And this is a topic that has developed from the last 10 months. We've been presenting what were the 10 top killers of African Americans. And when we looked at the presentations that we made, that there were several commonalities that developed in all of those diseases or behaviors that we noticed. So we wanted to sort of pull that together and see what would be our prescription and going forward. And we'd like to present that today. And we want to begin on a spiritual basis, which is the most important foot that we can begin on. In the Holy Quran, there are two types of illnesses mentioned. One is the illness of the heart, and two is the illness of the body. In the Holy Quran, in Al-Baqarah 10, in their hearts, it says, in their hearts is a disease, and Allah has increased their disease. And grievous is the penalty they incur because they are false to themselves. Allah speaks the truth. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, describes two types of medicines. One was a physical medicine, and the other was a spiritual medicine. Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was asked by an Arab, "O messenger of God, should we use medicine?" He replied, "Indeed, O servants of God, use medicine. For every malady Allah created, He also created a cure except one. One who acquires such knowledge will benefit from it, and one who ignores it will forgo such benefits." The Arabs asked, "Which is the one that has no cure?" He replied, "Old age." You may ask, what role does the physician play? It was narrated by the Israelite tradition that God's bosom friend, Abraham, peace be upon the prophet, asked God Almighty, "Where does disease come from?" God replied, "From me." Abraham asked again, "Then where does the cure come from?" God replied, also from me. Then what about the physician? Abraham further asked. God Almighty replied, a man through whom I send the cure. You might ask then that, well, what about scientific medicine with the use of blood tests, MRIs, research, studies, pills, and other treatments? Well, according to Imam Ahmed, God's messenger was asked, O messenger of Allah, you see all these amulets, ruqa, we carry, prayers we recite, medicines we take, and other preventive routines we use for recovering from illness. Do any of them obstruct God's decree? God's messenger replied, they are part of God's decree. Alhamdulillah. This invites us to take an expanded view of health and wellness, physical health and wellness, and spiritual health and wellness. It is not either one or the other. The impulse to capitalize Satan's influence can distort things and break up this body of knowledge into components and sell them separately. Snake oil sales with outrageous, unproven medical claims to vulnerable, sick people. To be spiritual, one does not have to deny science. This was part of the mission of Imam Warithuddin Muhammad. He was blessed with the insight to reunite science and scripture. He reconciled scripture with modern science. Why is that important? Because science keeps advancing by Allah's grace. So must our understanding and insight of scripture must advance. It's Imam Warithuddin Muhammad. Otherwise, we are time-locked or even regress. You remember the time when people thought the earth was the center of the universe. And some people today think that climate change doesn't exist. The Holy Quran is for all time. The Quran is the health maintenance manual for the human being. Look closely at health and wellness. Health is far more than just the absence of disease. And wellness includes physical, mental, spiritual, social, financial, environmental, educational, safety, security, and succession planning. All that's in health. The appearance of health and wellness depends on what year, the environment, and the situation. What is considered healthy at one time for an individual may not be considered healthy at another time for the same individual. It also depends on the standards of the time for comparison and what disparities exist between that individual and the people that he lives with. Human beings are adaptable to many living conditions. The concerns are disparities with others of their time and location. Because we are products of the environment, our genetics and social determinants of health. Remember, we can be healthy, we can be physically healthy and fit, but you may be mentally or spiritually weak, or vice versa. You may be spiritually healthy by Allah's grace, but physically be in hospice. And despite your personal state of health, you can be in danger through your family, local community, nation, and world affairs. What can we do now? Spiritual prescription in our tradition, the Shahada, and the 5 pillars of Al-Islam. The Holy Quran tells us, and again in Al-Baqarah 208, O you who believe, enter into Islam wholeheartedly and follow not the footsteps of the evil one, for he is to you an avowed enemy. Unfortunately, medicine today is like divided into three sects. One sect is mainstream medical care, allopathy, Western medicine, conventional medicine. It deals primarily with the search for disease. It seeks to remove things which take your health away. Detection and fighting disease, less attention to prevention. It focuses on the use of drugs for treatment, but it becomes more important as we grow older and our systems wear out and things go wrong. There's also homeopathy, natural medicine, herbal medicine, naturopathic medicine. The treatment of disease without the use of drugs. It's very important early in life to get the right start. Good diet and exercise. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And then there's one that's developing, integrative medicine. Combines alternative medicine with conventional medicine. Prevention and treatment through good habits, lifestyle, diet, exercise, natural modalities, also health screenings and checkups. And want to emphasize that's the future. This is the direction that we are heading, inshallah. We're beginning to see and to realize the contributions that all medical therapies have to make to overall health and wellness of the population. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to the hand of my colleagues who is gonna go deeper into aspects of health and wellness and safety and more. So Sister Sharon.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, Dr. Ramadan. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah. Ramadan Mubarak to everyone, and to Imam W.D. Muhammad II of Mosque Cares. We're going to take a few minutes just to review what Dr. Ramadan has spoken about. Let's see, Brother Adele, did you want to share the screen? Would you like me to share the screen for the PowerPoint?
If it's more convenient, I can share it if that works.
Thank you, sir. Alhamdulillah.
You're welcome.
Alhamdulillah. Shukran. So once again, as Dr. Ramadan explained, we have all of these concepts of what make us whole, our spiritual aspects, our physical and our mental. And we cannot negate one for the other. It all has to work in unison. So inshallah, we're going to discuss and review aspects of our health and wellness. Next slide, please, Brother Adil. Alhamdulillah. So what is health? According to the World Health Organization, health is a state of being of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the presence of a disease or infirmity. So we enjoy the highest attainable standard of health, and that's one of our fundamental rights of every human being without distinction to our race, religion, political belief, and economic and social conditions. And this is from the World Health Organization, and this is the definition of health. Thank you, sir. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is wellness? Well, we know that wellness is not passive. It requires consistent effort. It's also associated with our intentions, our choices, and our actions. It extends beyond our physical health and it works in accord with many of our daily habits. Thank you, sir. Yes. So wellness is multidimensional. Dr. Ramadan alluded to that. We can start at the top and go around emotional, spiritual, intellectual, physical, environmental. Our finances affect our wellness, occupational, and social. So just a little about this. This is from the Global Wellness Institute, and that wellness is an active pursuit of our activities and our choices and lifestyles, and it leads to us becoming whole. So wellness is often confused with health, terms like health and well-being and happiness. And they do have these elements in common. That basically this is what we're trying to aspire to: health and wellness and being happy. So rather, wellness is associated with the active process. Say, for instance, I'm going to get up every morning and I am going to make my salats and I'm going to exercise. That is something to keep your wellness in check. So, inshallah, next slide, please. All right. So, how do we maintain, once again, how do we maintain our health, wellness, and safety? Number one, find and reach out to a trusted healthcare provider or physician, someone that you trust. Number two, identify with the national, state, and local healthcare resources and find out your eligibility. As a senior, what health resources are there? As a veteran, what is there out there for you? And for our children and infants, what resources do we have? Make regular health visits, annual physicals, your eye exams. For the females, mammograms are just a few examples. Let's be our own or our family's health advocates. Ask questions or have a family member or friend there. And plus, request that your answers are explained in simple terms that you can understand. Now, when COVID began, we saw that we had another resource that was more convenient for many of us who had broadband access or computer access, and that's telehealth. Some of your wellness appointments can be done in the convenience of your home. So inshallah, please take advantage of those options to pursue your health and wellness. Next slide, please. All right, so let's talk about some of the habits that we need to maintain our wellness. Of course, we talk about Salat. This is the month of Ramadan and the remembrance of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the recitation of the Quran. We want to continue to eat a nutritious diet, preparing it during this month for ourselves and sharing it with others. We want to still go easy on the salt. There are many tasty salt substitutes. Again, we need to move, regular exercising, stretching, especially in this beautiful weather. We want to try to maintain a healthy weight. Find a workout partner. We need to manage our stress levels, deep breathing and focusing on the positive. We need to learn and share our family health history with other family members. We need to get quality and adequate sleep. If there's smoking, we need to find a way to quit smoking using smoking cessation programs. We also should not utilize hookahs or vaping as a substitute for smoking because some of those carcinogens that cause the cancers are still available in those type of venues. We need to talk about, we need to utilize aromatherapy and meditation, yoga, Tai Chi, journalize, get a journal, and musical therapy as well. Thank you, Brother Adil. Next slide, please. All right, so we talked about it. Dr. Ramadan talked about it. We're going to review it. Do not neglect our spiritual and mental health. We're doing our readings every day, and let's avoid being isolated. let's definitely, and during Ramadan, this is such a blessing where, we go to our iftars, we're making salats together, we're breaking our fast together. So let's keep that up during the entire year. We need to seek help when needed. Brothers and sisters, we do not need to neglect what's going on with our bodies, our minds, and our spirits. So we need to do that with reading the Quran, making our salats, and taking those walks in nature. Next slide, please. Thank you. All right, so just a few health benefits about fasting. So it increases our cognitive functions, our concentration and memory. It provides those ketones for fuel instead of using glucose. So the ketones appear to help the brain produce brain-derived, it's called neurotrophic factor, or BDNF, which promotes the growth of new brain cells and the connection between them. Let's talk about lowering that bad cholesterol, that LDL, the low density lipoprotein, because that causes plaque in our arteries, and this can lead to heart disease and stroke. Now, intermittent fasting also increases that good cholesterol, which is the HDL, or the high density lipoprotein. So that gathers all that cholesterol up in the blood and it carries it back to the liver so we can purify our bodies and avoid strokes and heart disease. Let's talk about that digestive system. Fasting gives our gut a period to rest. It is also an effective method of weight loss due to that increased stored fat burning. But we must remember, brothers and sisters, when we are ready to break our fast, not to overeat and to reach for those high caloric foods that we love so well, many of us. All right, next slide, sir. All right, so maintain our fast. Let's talk about the fact that, of course, this is our fourth pillar of our faith. And that being said, that many of us are living with chronic health conditions, such as diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease, and heart disease. And so many of us are on regularly scheduled medications. So prior to that beginning to fast, talk to your healthcare provider or doctor to find out if you are able to fast without harm. Also, ask if your regularly scheduled medications can be safely skipped or taken without foods or fluids. And consult your imam to discuss other methods of observing Ramadan if you are unable to physically fast. Thank you, Brother Adil. Next slide. All right, so we know there are some exemptions from fasting. We know that the very young children are able to fast as the older ones are. We know that women who are menstruating, pregnant, or breastfeeding should not fast. We know that people who are traveling long distances, we know that if you have an acute illness, we know that if you have chronic illnesses, and we discussed some of those chronic illnesses, we know that if you are mentally incompetent, you cannot comprehend why you are fasting. And we know that the frail and the elderly are exempt from fasting. But also the Quran says in Surah 2, Ayat 185, that the prescribed period for some should be made up from days later. Next slide, please, sir. All right, so how we maintain a healthy Ramadan to continue? Hydrate, hydrate, hydrate. Avoid becoming dehydrated because that can often lead to high blood pressure and other stressors on the body. You want to continue to eat a healthy diet that's full of a variety of healthy foods after you break your fast. Watch your portion sizes. The body takes about 20 minutes to register if it's had enough to eat. And keep moving. If you have a regular exercise regimen, continue it and monitor any changes that may occur from fasting. Switch to evenings for your exercise regimen. And don't forget to stretch, as this helps you to keep your energy levels up. Thank you, sir. Next slide. All right, just some tips for a healthy sahur, that early morning before fasting. Those whole grains, those sources that may include whole grain cereal, whole grain bread, brown rice, and oatmeal, fresh fruits and vegetables. Check out the produce section for dozens of ideas. Protein sources include milk, yogurt, eggs, and nuts. Healthy fats, those are your nuts and your olives, just some examples. So Al Quran says in Surah 5, Al Ma'idah, let's see here. It says, eat of the things that Allah has provided for you, lawful and good. But fear Allah in whom you believe. That's Surah 5, Ayat 88. Shukran. Next slide, please. All right, so some other combinations suggested for suhoor: that oatmeal with low-fat milk and topped with fruits and nuts, a bowl of whole grain cereal and low-fat milk, also fruits and nuts, a piece of whole grain toast, a boiled egg, and a piece of fruit, peanut butter sandwich or on whole grain bread and a glass of low-fat milk, a banana or apple with peanut butter and a glass of low-fat milk, a bowl of vegetable soup, if you like soup in the morning, a piece of whole grain toast, and a glass of whole fat milk, whole wheat couscous salad with mixed vegetables, olive oil, and canned tuna. Thank you, Brother Dill. Next slide. Thank you, alhamdulillah. So what is safety? That's our third component. So safety is a state of being safe, free from the occurrence of risk of injury, danger, or loss. So are we safe? Next slide, please. Okay, so let's talk about safety in our global, national, and local communities. So what we know that this era of COVID, it made us more privy to saying what's going on over there in Egypt or, around the world. How is it going to affect us? So let's stay on this track. Let's continue to be informed about any health trends that may be coming from other parts of the world. So we need to be familiar with the reputable. Those are our reputable, trusted resources for global, national, and public health resources, such as the World Health Organization and the Centers for Disease Control. So as citizens of our states, our cities, and our municipalities, we need to learn about emergency disaster plans in our area or emergency preparedness plans and the steps that it takes and when the situations occur. Now, during our daily travels near and far, we want to continue to use disease prevention practices. We need to hand wash often, especially after using the restroom and prior to eating. If we're wearing masks because we have chronic illnesses, you know your body, continue to wear those masks and socially distance as needed. Continue to use cough etiquette, just to review, coughing into the sleeve, and that will help to reduce the diseases from travel. Inshallah. Next slide, please, sir. All right, let's continue with safety at home and about. For ourselves, always be aware of our surroundings. Always avoid secluded areas, especially at night. And adapt a buddy system on outdoors activities, such as when you're walking. I love walking in nature, bicycling, or hiking. If you don't know how to swim, learn how to swim, learn water safety. Please learn basic CPR skills and how to use the AED, which is the automated external defibrillator. Also, to put in there, now we have the opioid epidemic. Please learn how to use Narcan in the event that you witness an opioid overdose. Avoid being distracted. We know those phones. So avoid, once you get in that car, avoid using your phone distracted and while you're walking across the street. Keep a first aid kit, blankets, bottled water, non-perishables, medications, and the medication list in your trunk, along with your vehicle car kit or care kit. All right, so next slide, please. All right, so we want to continue this theme here. So you need to know and post the nearest locations of your EMS, your hospital, police station. You need to know and post on your refrigerator, wherever you like to post it, What is the number to the Poison Control Center? No impost. Some of us have veterans in our homes, and we need to make sure we have a Veterans Crisis Hotline that we need. If we need to dial that 988 and press 1, we need to know where it is. We need to know and post numbers for SAMHSA, which is Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. We need to actually maintain healthy air in our homes. Well, how can we do this? We have air filters that we can use and change those filters regularly. Plus, we have air purifiers. We want to secure and register all firearms, if we have firearms in the home, to prevent accidental and injuries and deaths. We want to use our seat belts. Everyone, once you get into the car, before the car is in motion. We want to make and practice a family emergency home exit. Should the house catch on fire, should, as far as like the tornadoes recently in the Midwest, a tree falls through the roof. How are you going to get out of that house safely? Don't forget your medications list. We can't say that too often if you're on medications. Your doctor's contact information, your insurance documents, and your insurance card. Purchase, if you don't already have one, fire extinguisher and carbon monoxide detectors, and replenish the batteries or replenish them as needed. Now, for homes that have children and seniors in the home, let's use fall prevention strategies. Many of you, if you don't have grab bars in the shower, you may need to install some grab bars. You may need to go from tub to shower. You need to stabilize area rugs so no one will slide and slip. You need to remove small items that may be accidentally swallowed by our little people, our toddlers. You need to assist your seniors with their medication regimens. You know, there needs to be a list of what time, what it is, and why they are taking it. And that will help them to have these medications taken healthy. All right, thank you, Brother Deal. Next slide. All right, and then Dr. Ramadan also mentioned some beautiful Quranic quotes in Hadith about wellness and safety. One from Hadith al-Qudsi. All services of the son of Adam are for him except fasting. It is for me, and I will reward him for it. That's from Bukhari Muslim. And then in Al-Quran, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. This day are all things good and pure made lawful unto you. The fruit of the people of the book is lawful unto you, and yours lawful unto them. And this is in Holy Quran, Al-Ma'idah, the table spread, Surah 5, Ayat 5. Another one is wherewith Allah guides all who seeks his good pleasure to ways of peace and safety. And that's also in Holy Quran, Surah 5, Al-Ma'idah, and Ayat 16. From Surah 10, Yunus, Ayat 57, O mankind, there has come to you a direction from your Lord and a healing for the disease in your hearts, and for those who believe, a guidance and a mercy. And to end with Surah 17, Ayat 82, and we sent down in the Quran that which is healing and a mercy to those who believe. To the unjust, it causes nothing but loss after loss. So, alhamdulillah. Next slide, please. Alhamdulillah. So as we come to the end of our presentation, inshallah, we hope that you have been provided with useful information. And also the next two slides are with references and the links to those references. So feel free to review often if there's any questions that you may have that are unanswered. Feel free to review these last 2 pages of references. And Brother Adil, can you advance to the question section, please? Inshallah. Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Are you, Sister Shawana, are you asking for questions at this time, or?
Yes, sir. So if anyone has any questions.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing the screen here, and then So should we turn it back over to Imam Dr. Ramadan, and then you all take
Yes.
questions from there? Okay. All right.
Thank you
So
so much.
Dr. Ramadan, what we're going to do is turn it back over to you and the Muslim Health Consortium, and we'll take questions. The way the questions usually work, just please, if you have questions for the Muslim Health Consortium, please raise your hand in the chat. We'll acknowledge the hands that are raised. And on the for our YouTube audience, if you have a question or comment, please put that question or comment in the chat and we'll ask it of the presenters, inshallah. So at this time, we'll see if we have any hands here. Any questions for the Muslim Health Consortium? All right, guess y'all got the first time in first Sunday history, no questions. I believe they're coming. They're coming. I'm sure they're coming.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
It's Sister Sharifa Muhammad Sharif in Mount Vernon, New York. Alhamdulillah for your presentation and the information that you share with us that is so healing and so helpful to living. And my question is, though, may I see that I believe it was the second to the last slide that Sister Sharon had that continued with the references. I didn't get the chance to see all of it. It was so quick. Is that possible?
Yes, ma'am. Or inshallah, Brother Adil, is it okay to put it in the chat for them to retrieve?
Could you repeat that, Sister Sharon, please?
Is it okay to put the file in the chat for the participants to retrieve and review?
You want me to do it?
Okay.
Or no, if whichever is more convenient for you, we could do that. Yes, ma'am. We'll put it in the chat.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Yes, this is Sister Camilla Khan. Ramadan Mubarak to both of you.
Ramadan Mubarak.
But this section on the fasting and staying hydrated, did I miss it, or isn't it also? I'm asking a question. Is it a good idea to drink Pedialyte at some point with the meal, Pedialyte, or one of the Gatorade? I think it's a little high in salt, but as one of the other things that you could drink to add to good hydration for the body.
I would say if, excuse me, those are sort of electrolyte replacements. If you are exercising, or sweating a lot, or anything like that, they would be ideal. But if you just if everything is fine with you, and you're just replacing fluid that you haven't had a chance to drink, just regular water is fine. You don't need those electrolytes, and especially the salt. If you have any congestive heart failure, hypertension, or retained fluids, it's not necessary. But if you indeed are losing fluids from sweat or something like that, then the other fluids would be better, or would be good too.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up for me. I kind of knew that Gatorade was high in salt, so I was stay away from that. But I didn't know about the Pedialyte, and I didn't know that it was more for losing electrolytes. I just thought it helped mainly in hydration. So that clears it up for me, and thank you so much.
Yeah, those wouldn't be necessary. Your kidneys do a good job. Do a good job in retaining what ought to be kept and what shouldn't. But if you're sweating and losing it through perspiration or breathing hard or other things like that, then the replacement, additional replacement of those electrolytes will be good.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I appreciate you all and what you're doing and the wonderful work you're bringing to the community. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Ramadan, we have a question from the YouTube chat. The question was, what was the name of the fungus that is so dangerous?
That's Candida auris, AURIS. It's still yeast. It's a form of yeast, but it's the one. It's auris, AURIS. That's the one.
Okay.
And we've known about it for 15 years, but it's never risen to the sort of threat that it is now. And this is the sort of thing that we'll be seeing with the changing environment. Just like we see tornadoes and snows and everything else, we see the microbes, the microorganisms are having their change of environment too. And they see us as a host of opportunity.
All right, the next question we have would be from Imam Anthony.
Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak.
I like my son.
I want to especially thank you for the whole presentation here, and especially for safety. You know, we work in the work world, and especially in the industrial area, that we teach safety first. And the presentation of that I love the whole presentation with both you and Sister Sharon and Dr. Ramadan. And so, but the safety was one that many people overlook, and that in our homes and as we go out and drive, it's getting more and more important as we see things happening. So, and the environmental issues that you said is coming up because of change. If you're in the area, especially in agriculture and natural resources, you can see a lot of, especially in the plant life and animal life, that's happening, and that it's here. We just don't know about a lot of it there in your presentation and the research that has to go on, and how we improve. Folks, what we did yesterday may not work today. Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak.
Like my salam. That's wonderful. I appreciate you making those comments. It's just like the scientists have to watch the glaciers melting. We have scientists up there looking at that. We have to have those scientists on the front lines observing what's happening in the invisible microbe world and how it's impacting us. What they see is one way we're being affected with the rise in the oceans. Different things are happening in the invisible microbe world, and how it's being affecting us. So, the eyes have to be on the front lines in every area, inshallah.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
All right. Let's see. Are there any more questions or comments for the Muslim Health Consortium? I do see a comment on the YouTube side. Imam Ramadan, it says, "Thank you, Dr. Ramadan. That connection with the environment is eye-opening."
So, thank you.
Sir. All right, I see. Is that Brother Fleming? Did you have a question or a comment for the Muslim Health Consortium?
Get on.
Okay, iPhone. We can hear you, Brother Fleming. Did you have a question or a comment?
Yes, I had one question, please. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Ramadan, do you have some other suggestions on treating diabetes too, besides the insulin that they recommend we do for life?
Let me see. Sister Sharon, did you? Well, it's the diet is key. The diabetes is a real, to me, numbers game. Okay, you have to. It's about the weight loss, the A1C. It's about the cholesterol, the LDL. It's about your daily AccuChecks or your lifestyle checking. And the weight loss is so important. And what I would say is follow what your doctor recommends and get so good at it that the numbers reflect that you are really doing a good job and you don't need to take all of the medicines that he's recommending for you, okay? That your weight is coming down so well that he is impressed and he can remove some of the things. And that's because your diet has gotten good and your exercise is up and you have taken on a healthy lifestyle. That would be my approach. And you notice how I said, start with what your doctor is recommending. He will have assessed the impact of diabetes on you, on the kidneys, on the heart, on the vessels, on everything, so that he has a handle on that. And he's prescribed for you. Okay, go along with that. But if you want to do it diet-wise, absolutely. Okay, let him know what's going on, but win. When you're the winner, you are able to come off of the medicine because your numbers reflect it. Okay, your numbers reflect it. And don't do it the other way. The other way is that I'm gonna just not do any medicine. I'm not gonna do any insulin. I'm not gonna do any Ozempic or whatever. I'm just gonna eat this. I'm not gonna check my blood sugar. I'm not gonna know my cardiac status or my kidney status or anything like that. That's doing it blindly. So do not do it that way. Okay? Do it the other way and let him be surprised. And, if you want to follow the herbal medicine doctor that you're following, let him be pleased that you're coming off of your medicine. Okay? This would be the safest way to do it. Inshallah.
And inshallah, Dr. Ramadan, if I can just add to the fact that we have to also respect the fact that our genes may play a part in it as well. And
Right.
so look at your relatives around you. Who has succumbed to diabetes? What do you notice takes place once someone cannot pull back and get healthier? What have you seen? Just to divulge just a little bit, in my family, my niece lost her husband the other day to diabetes and kidney failure in his 40s. So again, once we become diabetic, just remember to try to do steps and try to go forward. You may slip, but try to go forward to maintain the best possible health that you can, inshallah.
Yeah, Dr. Ramadan, do you mind if I also add? Because I can feel his spirit and I hear, I listen to people's spirit, and when they bring up certain concerns, I understand his concerns, because a lot of people say, oh, the doctors give me all these medicines and I don't know what's in it, these drugs and these things. But the doctors know the effect that it's going to have on your body. And diabetes is a serious, life-threatening disease. It's something that you cannot handle on your own. So you got to listen to your doctor. If there's a better way, I haven't heard of a better way than listening to the professionals and listening to the doctors for handling yourself. And what something that Imam Muhammad said one time that helps me keep it in perspective, that I never heard before he said it, that diabetes is taken from the word diabetes, who was a general during the Pharaoh's time. He was a man of excess. And when we hear a man of excess, that means he was overeating. The diabetes is, and I said this to a nurse when my wife is in the hospital dying. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it like that. When she was in the hospital before she passed. And I mentioned it. She said, yeah, the nurse was well aware, Caucasian nurse that was in there. She said, yeah, diabetes, the general Pharaoh. And I said, overeating. I'm like, why don't y'all tell us this? You should tell the people, when you feel that little pain in your stomach that says you're full, that means stop eating. It took me till I was 50 before I knew what that meant, because I was raised to ignore that pain. If the food is good, keep piling it on. So that's what it is. It's that simple, that if you listen to your stomach and you stop eating when you get full, guess what? Your body is going to start using that food as fuel instead of a reason to take a nap, an excuse to take a nap. So instead of taking a nap, you're going to get up and do some housework, go back to some labor work. You got my children, first thing they do when they break fast is out chasing each other through the house. And I'm like, all your hair was a date. You got that much energy, you know, you ate a date and now you're running all over the place, you know. So, you know, life is something that we can't take for granted. And I lost 50 pounds, Allah's my witness, eating miso soup. There's over 800 beneficial bacteria in there. They say that miso soup is 7 times, especially if you make it yourself. I made myself because I like to experiment in the kitchen. So, and I've been doing this. The first miso soup I made was probably 15 years ago. And I would eat a bowl of miso soup, and I discovered that after I ate that bowl of miso soup, I had tons of energy. So that those microbes that are in there, it allows your body to process the sugars and the nutrients better, and you don't feel hungry. That might not work for everybody, but it worked for me. You know.
Where do you get the miso soup from?
And you can just you can order it online or go to any Asian market. All of the Asian people eat it. The Koreans, you know, all of them eat a different form. They just use a different name. But what you want is fermented products. Like it's a fermented soybean. That's what the miso is. And what happens is, you know, they used to use it for all type of preservatives. It's salt in, and what people say, well, the salt, but I use like a quarter of a teaspoon in an entire maybe 2 or 3 cup bowl. I ate a big bowl of soup, and I put broth in it. You can make your broth whatever you want, but if you study what miso soup is, it's a salmon broth. It's a bonito flakes, which give it kind of a fishy broth flavor, and it's not fishy at all. It's just a broth, and I put, if you like ginger, I put ginger and onion, and that's it. I put ginger, onion, but I use the chives because they have a green at the top, and I chop up the onion real small. I chop up the ginger real small. I used to put carrot, but I just like ginger and onion now. And you add the miso. Now, if you got some fresh fish or chicken, or you know how they had thin slaves or shaved roast beef, I like the way when it hits the water and it changes color, and you can have a beef. The sky's the limit when you're making soup, when you're making broths. Anything that you like, because really it's the warm broth and the salty flavor. It's not salty. You need to train yourself to recognize stuff that has salt in it. You know, back some people think you dump salt. When I say it's salty to me, because I don't over salt it. The bonito has salt and the miso has salt, so you do not add salt at all. But to me, it's delicious. And I started doing that, and then I would get up and do my housework, garden work, whatever, and my energy would stay up. This is what the selling point is, because I need to sell this to you, not to just brag about how delicious it was to me. They say it's 7 times more beneficial bacteria in it than Greek yogurt. And you know, Greek yogurt is loaded with beneficial bacteria. And so for dessert, I might give you some blueberries and a bowl of Greek yogurt and put a tablespoon of honey in it. Oh my God, that's delicious. It's so good. And I'm still getting that bacteria that's going to tell me you're full. And never in my life did I experience, until I started doing that, I don't eat no sugar. Sugar is a drug, like cigarettes. It's horrible. It's probably worse than heroin. Sugar is an addictive drug. Most of the time when you think you're hungry, you just want carbs and sugar. Wean yourself off of carbs and sugar, and you're going to enjoy vegetables and broths and soups and a nice big hunk of chicken or whatever meat you like, a big old piece of fish, a broiled fish. And, I eat fried fish and everything, because once you get your body to where your body is using that food the way it should be used for energy, you can eat really anything you want in moderation. Don't be like diabetes. Yeah.
And I think, brother, man, that is excellent advice. And I would say, don't forget fasting also. We will be fasting experts at the end of this month, inshallah. Those same fasting skills go on into, I fast twice a week, on Mondays and Thursdays. You will have it down then.
And it shrinks
So
your stomach.
that's right. That's
And
right.
the key is your stomach shrink, and that big old plate of food that you used to finish before Ramadan, you can't finish it if you can only eat a quarter. I ate one piece of chicken the other day. I'll never do that. So the key is to don't force that food on your body, because then your body would kick into thinking that this person needs these calories, and then you're going to store it and you're going to send your blood sugar, everything. I saw a brother the other day. He was working, and I knew he was a Muslim, so I said Ramadan Mubarak to him. So I was going to pick up some fish, and he said he said Ramadan Mubarak. And I said, the days are short. I said, the fast is easy. I said, it's easy. And then he said, no, it's not, because I'm so sleepy. And I thought about it. Yeah, he probably gets up 4 o'clock in the morning, showers, gets dressed, go to work, and he's probably exhausted. So when I came back to pick up my fish, I said, let me tell him something that might help him, make him cheer him up a bit. And so I said, I'm gonna give you a tip. I said, last year, I think Ramadan was like in the spring, and I used to work outside, and my mouth would get dry because I've been sweating and working. And I said, you know what you can do? Because it was almost Asr time. I said, find your place, take you a nap for about 5 minutes. And Allah is my witness, your mouth, when you get up, lay down, when you get up, your mouth will be wet. It'll be wet, like you would never thirsty. And he looked at me, he said he knew about that. He looked at me like, he said, yeah, I know. And so I'm like, that's your solution. You sleepy, go to sleep. And we should do it too. If you sleepy, take a nap. Sleep is healthy.
It is indeed.
Allahu Akbar. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
We have a few hands up. All right, the first one was iPhone. iPhone with your hand raised. You have a question or a comment?
I got a question. Assalamu alaikum.
Wow.
Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to ask Dr. Ramadan, with all the new viruses and things coming out, does that have anything to do with meds or things that our people are doing intake, whether it's vapes, not just meds, but hormone treatments, things like that, that go through the body and go back into the water, and then people, it's still in the drinking water. Does that change what different viruses are coming out, and then, what they take in and then they breathe, they take these things in, then they breathe them out their system, and they're in the air, they're airborne too. I'm saying airborne, waterborne. I just want to know, does that have anything to do with that?
Well, the world of microorganisms is in active relationship with us. Okay, what it does impacts us, and what we do impacts it. Especially, I would say medicines, the doctors and antibiotics. When we try to kill them, they get smart on us. Okay, they find ways to avoid what we're doing to them, and what they do to us is seek opportunity. When we do things that weren't really intended, expose mouth and different things. You see people kissing dogs and dogs licking in their mouths and all sorts of crazy things, and you transmit bacteria that aren't not normally there, and the sneezing and babies, and so the bacteria and the viruses many times are opportunists, but some of them are healthy. Some of them are necessary for us. Some of them inside our gut, they live, and we support them and they support us. They break down food and products and they do a good job for us. So you got good players and you got bad players, and you got they're opportunists, and we take advantage of them, and sometimes they take advantage of us. But the point I'm trying to make is that to expand our concept and see that we share the world with them. We share the world with them. And the better that we keep on our paths, the fitra that we were designed on, okay, the better that they stay where they should be. And we have a mediator, our immune system, that takes care of the bad players to a great extent.
So we have to keep up our immune system then,
Yes, sir. That's
So-
right.
Yes.
So when we keep that up, then, it's different. It's a different atmosphere. But the more we do things to, attack or downplay our immune system, then those other bacteria, the ones that are the bad ones, they can grow, bigger population or overtake some of us who our immune system is not what it's supposed to be. And then we eat things and drink things that weren't in food and drinks before, but they're being added that it tells you that it's bad for you. But we take more and more of that in.
Right.
So, I was just wondering that has something to do. They call them mutations and things like that. The more you do stuff like that.
Yes, you got it.
That's like an email. So Saida, can I add? Because sometimes I can hear what people, our nature is to, not overstep and be modest and things. So I can hear what she's saying, and what she's saying is probably tens of thousands of people thinking and saying the same thing and in the same spirit. Like because we people of faith, we come from people from the Bible, and is there a plague, of some proportion that God, Allah, the nature, our corruption of man and society and the world we have created, is it? And I got the answer, but you give the answer, but I got my answer. Is it a plague on us? Is God punishing us with these bacteria and these things like that? To a certain extent, maybe you can just maybe some validity, but remember that Allah also said that, do you think that your matter, I might not be quoting it verbatim, a bigger matter than that of the creations of the heaven and earth? We're not bigger than nature. We're not bigger than Allah's creation. We're not more important. We love to think that we little gods walking the earth, but we're not. That this creation is too big for us. We need Allah's help and his guidance. And he's given us an intellect to follow and leadership. And that's a whole nother topic I can get into. We need to respect our leaders more and go to our leaders instead of going to our own thoughts and our beliefs. When you got professionals that can handle this. I wish I got more phone calls. I could help a lot of people. I mean, spiritually, but the doctor is right here. So thank you.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
And Dr. Ramadan and Imam W.D. Muhammad, just sister as well, just don't neglect the fact that a lot of times our eating comes from unresolved emotional issues that we have. And so that eating just because you're sad or you're upset, we have to work on what's causing us to be this way, because then we don't register what we're putting into our mouths. And
yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah. And I recently, I have to tell myself that I love to cook. And, for a minute I was looking, I was like, man, my children need a mother. We need a woman in the house. But then I discovered food again. And I was, it's getting hard for me, sister. I appreciate it. Every time I feel pain, I just go in the kitchen and I start cooking. But I eat less. So you're right. Stress eating and emotional eating. Yeah. It's tough. But like Allah says we're going to be challenged. Life is going to challenge us. Yeah.
And there has been also all of those things, I fully agree with. We also see that there's been a breach in the system too, and COVID pointed that out. Okay, COVID, just a little virus, shows what the impact that it can have on all of our systems, on us and our institutions and our systems. Just the virus of COVID. And yes, so if I also hear that in your statement, did we do something that is so untoward that we have upset the balance? And yes, ma'am, I want to say to that, we have, and we are seeing the downside of that. We are so we are now battling on these fronts. So when it's been upset by us and general disobedience, and you know, that we have put out in the environment, and now that's coming back, and that's what we're seeing. But we still have to deal with it. So yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have several hands here. The next up was Sister Haja Lala, up next with the question. Sister Haja Lala.
Yes, sir. Ramadan Mubarak. My imam was telling me camel milk is very, very potent, and you can look online. I don't know anything about camel milk, but I intend to do so. So he was saying that some mornings he would drink the camel milk, and it's expensive, and you have to order it. I believe it's not in any stores. And he would take just the drink and put a little bit of, make a little milkshake. He said it would last him all day long. Alhamdulillah. What you think about camel milk?
I know they use it over there, but I don't have any specific knowledge of it.
I saw a story on the Discovery Channel. It was a couple of like a Caucasian family where they actually raise them, and it's super expensive because they do this somewhere far overseas somewhere. I can't remember. It was about a year ago. But I would think that you want to get it maybe unpasteurized because they make cheese and milk and all of that from it. I looked for it. I couldn't find it. I gave up. So, but you might want to ask him, like, why does he want to drink it? Because it's delicious. I hear it's delicious, and it's high in fat and nutrients, but you might want to ask him why before you go and take it, because it may be pasteurized and it may not have all of the enzymes that you want, or it may be the vitamins. I don't know, but I looked. This was about maybe 2 years ago. I couldn't find it. Yeah. But anything that I think that you explore in the food realm that's off the beating path of what African Americans we soul food diet that we love so much is, hey, it's worth a shot. I drink goat milk and everything. I love it. I like it for the taste. Yeah.
All right. Up next we have.
I drink the other milk. The milk is very beneficial. It has a lot of benefits in it. So I'm going to go online and look it up myself. I'm a milk drinker, but
share it with me if you find it. Me too.
Different milks.
I like buttermilk.
Yes, sir.
Straight out the bottle.
Sure will.
Ice cold.
All right. Next question is Sister Najma. Then we'll have Sister Tawanda after following her. So go ahead, Sister Najma.
Assalamu alaikum. Yes, special greetings to you, Brother Imam Worth and Brother Adele, Brother Dr. Ramadan and Sister Sharon. Excellent presentation today. And I just want to say a few comments about our eating habits. And I've always followed the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and how he to live. And I thank Allah for that. I believe that that's also one of the reasons why I'm still very healthy. I'll be 71 years old in a few months. And I have no weight issues, no health issues. I'm not on any chronic medication. And I attribute it to the teachings I've learned in our community. And I thank Allah for that. I used to eat, when I first became Muslim in the nation, I didn't know what was pork and what wasn't. So we had a restaurant in Philadelphia, Temple number 12, where I was raised, and it was called Sister Minnie's Kitchen. And since I didn't know what to eat, and I was walking back and forth about a mile from my home to school, to college, I would just eat twice a week. I ate Sunday evening at her restaurant, and then I ate Thursday evening at her restaurant with nothing in between. Some of you went around, but we know how we used to challenge ourselves, and I had no problems. Then I'm back to fasting twice a week on Monday and Thursday, as you mentioned, Brother Dr. Ramadan. And I feel like those teachings and following that discipline has helped. I mean, I can still jump double dutch. I can do so many things I did when I was a child because I didn't stop doing them. And I think that's the key to our health. Also, Brother Dr. Ramadan, he put an article in the Dean Soup newsletter on January 6th edition, and I have it here. It's called Climate Change Has Caused a Rethinking of Our Needed Emergency Car Supplies. An excellent article. He goes into basic camping supplies, emergency road supplies, and first aid kit and basic rescue supplements. And so this is an excellent article, when we're talking about safety and being secure in these different environments. Can't beat it. So I thank you, Dr. Ramadan. I thank you all, the Health Consortium, for your presentation. May Allah bless us all. Bless Ramadan. Assalamu alaikum, and don't die poor.
Allahu Akbar.
Those wonderful
Thank you.
comments.
All right, up next was Sister Tawanda.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Beautiful presentation, yes. And Sister, I can't say your name, Sister whoever.
Sharon. Yes.
Sister Sharon, yes, ma'am. And assalamu alaikum, Brother Wallace Muhammad II, and assalamu alaikum to Brother Adil and Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to say to everybody, stop eating white stuff. White flour, white rice, white sugar. Honorable Elijah Muhammad, may the peace and blessings of Allah be upon him. His book, How to Eat to Live. I didn't listen to him. I disobeyed him. So now, today, I have diabetes and I have amputation of my left leg below the knee because I didn't listen to and I was disobedient. But yes, I heard a white woman say, white is not always right. Stay away from that white flour, that white sugar, that white anything, white rice. I eat brown rice. I eat bulgur rice. I make my bean pies. Just so happen I made some bean pies recently. I use what Honorable Elijah Muhammad said use. The raw brown sugar. It only has 4 grams of sugar in it. I make my whole wheat bread. I don't use all that white stuff. I don't use white nothing. And yes, I do take my medication that the doctor give me. And I'm also, in the name of Allah, thank Allah, I'm able to do Ramadan. Because I only eat 1 meal a day. Anyway. And since I'm only eating 1 meal a day, I take my medicine early in the morning. I drink my water early in the morning. I eat a piece of fruit, or I eat a piece of salmon, piece of fish, or some black beans, something like that. But I eat very light, and I thank Allah because Ramadan, Allah said, if it's good to fast if you only knew. And I thought about Allah reading the Holy Quran and Allah saying that, it's doing me. I feel good. I feel good. I think Allah, I'm able to do just that. Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
All right, up next we have Sister Mahassan.
I'm sorry.
Sister Mahassan, you had a question or a comment for the Muslim Health Consortium?
No, the sister get ready to say something.
Go ahead. We have another member on Sisters who can also contribute to the conversation. Sister Namat Muhammad is also on board, just to let you know.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to comment on Sister Tawana. I'm just prayerful that you are doing your fasting with within the care of a health provider, because you know there are exemptions. I understand everything you said and you're right on, but we just want to make sure that you are doing
Yes.
it supervised and not independently, considering the fact that you are a diabetic and has some issues. Okay.
Yes,
And
ma'am. But I asked my doctor, was it okay? She said it was okay.
and
But in the name of Allah, I know Allah don't put no more on
yeah,
us than we can
right.
bear.
And his comments is that he says, you know, a rich person can actually buy their way out of fasting, but he said fasting is best. So you were quoting the Quran. It's just that you didn't mention the part where that Allah is the God of mercy, that he's merciful and he does not wish, even with our fasting. He said the fasting is for him, but he does not wish to put us through difficulty. So he doesn't want us to suffer. So if you have to take medicine and you have to be a diabetic, you get the full reward for your intention. You make your intention, Allah's gonna bless you. You know,
Well,
if he let the rich man out, then you know he's gonna let you out. You're gonna get all the blessings you deserve.
yes, sir. But Allah, here's my deal. I think about the fact that when I'm not doing Ramadan, I only eat 1 meal a day. And since I only eat 1 meal a day, I was saying to myself, you know, Allahu Akbar. I'm going to fast in the name of Allah. I know he don't put no more on us than we can bear. Surah 2, ayat 286. But
and I heard my father say one time to some of the brothers, because the Nation of Islam, during the nation time, you heard the sister say she ate twice a week. The Nation of Islam was to show how tough we were. Now, it wasn't the message that the nation gave. It wasn't the message that Allah gives to his servants and to believers. It was the message that the Nation of Islam gave was to black gods. And black gods were all powerful, super powerful. And so they could fast. They could, you know, some of them probably thought they had powers that they really didn't have and found out the hard way. But so Allah is saying that he doesn't want us to do that. So Imam Muhammad reminded those security brothers that I mentioned, he reminded them that that our religion is a religion of faith and obedience, believing in the unseen, Allah unseen. And are we willing to obey him? Do we believe him so much as if he's standing before us talking to, I just told my children that at Salat, I made the comma, and I turned around, they talking. I said, "Yeah, the comma." I said, "What y'all doing?" I said, "Allah can see you." I said, "If Allah was standing right there before you," I said, "if your teacher was standing before you, would you be acting goofy right now?" They said,
Allahu Akbar.
yeah, so we have to act as if Allah is present at all times, watching us, especially when we're exercising our rights and our faith, our salat and our fasting and Ramadan. So Imam Muhammad told those brothers, he said that you're not obeying Allah. We know, Allah know you tough, that you can fast beyond the time fast, but you're supposed to break fast on time. You're supposed to make your salat on time. And you're supposed to start your fast on time. And not only that, you're supposed to make your intentions to do that before you do that. So
yes,
our religion is about obedience.
Yes, sir.
It's about obedience. Yeah. So if he say eat, we supposed to eat at the right time, you know.
Yes, sir.
And to me, that's really the challenge. That's the hardest part. That's the hard part. When you sleepy and you got like 3 seconds, you know, to get up and do what you have to do, you know, and that's how I feel. It's like we wake up, I blame my children. I say, y'all woke up and didn't wake me up.
Well, brother
Waleed
Muhammad, the second. Let me say this to you. Okay, even though I am in the name of Allah doing the fasting, I wanted to, if I couldn't do the fasting, I wanted to give my services to the master here in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't reach out to me 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe about two months ago, they didn't reach out to me. I think Allah put it in a system and her husband heart to help me, because this Friday, I'm going to cook in the name of Allah some bean soup to serve to the people, because there's somebody out there that needs some food.
Yeah.
And I want
And my prayers are with you. It was another comment I wanted to make earlier when I heard several foods that are really our foods. We have a diet, and I don't know if we have a Muslim diet. There are certain foods. I'm like you. I'm not really well versed on how to eat to live, but I plan to be in the future, especially when the new How to Eat to Live come out. I'm gonna make a promise to myself that I'm gonna live by it, and that's gonna be a promise, and I'm gonna make sure I stick with it.
yes, sir.
But those foods we have, I heard a interview. They were interviewing Muslims, and see, we have to watch out. Hollywood, the followers of Imam W.D. Muhammad, we got an enemy that's got billions and trillions of dollars that's bigger than we could ever imagine, and his name is Hollywood and media. They're doing things to steer African Americans' attention away from what the intention of the Nation of Islam was for Islam, and to reflect it for Black people back to the Nation of Islam. And we could talk offline. I could point to many things that I see on TV that uplift the Nation of Islam so that we could be seen as dissidents, people who strayed from the religion, we the Black Muslims, but the Arabs, we can't blame them, because I hear them on the radio, and in their defense, they being interviewed iftar as if we weren't doing iftar for the past 30-something years. Like we wasn't here. We ain't been practicing, living our life, all aspects of religion, business, everything, education, all aspects of human life. We haven't been, people haven't seen us. People know us and they see us. The Arabs are newcomers on the scene. So I heard an Arab brother trying to, they talking about the food, what the media is going to do. They're going to try to make our religion a cultural event. And so they raise up and they promote the cultural side of the Arab practice and the, Pakistani or immigrant as though it's religion. And this brother, I felt so proud of him. He said that, I had an iftar the other day, and he was an Arab. He said, I had bean pie and collard greens. I was like, we gotta give all our immigrant brother masjids that menu that we used to eat, so they'll know collard greens ain't at the top of the list. That's soul food. But
yes,
not that brother, I give that brother A+ 100% for trying to show the media that no, our African American brothers, they paved the way so that we can be here and be proud Americans and to practice our religion without fear. For all the years that we've been here, that we stood behind them as they led the call to Al-Islam, which is a call to life. And they come from a background that's the opposite of a call to life. And we know what that image tells us and what that image says. And we can blame a lot of the ills of society on it, but we don't do that because we good people, we decent people. We don't want to hurt our neighbors, and we love our neighbors. You see? So we don't expose the evil that was done to us. But we are proud to be Muslims, and we're happy to be Muslim, and we've been living as Muslims and practicing for many, many years. But the media is trying to do a thing on us and trying to use our brother against us. It's rough. There's a lot going on that a lot of us may see and may not see, and they can't get to us, so they're trying to fool our babies. So when our babies watch TV, when our babies hear these things, then they assume that,
it came from them.
We got Black Muslims, we got Black Christians. What's the difference? When it comes to being pioneers, we giants. We don't like to brag and boast, but we are. We've done things that that history books would never see a match to it. We came from someplace that was far from where we are today. It's so far. It's unbelievable. So we should be really proud to be believers today. And I know we should be proud of our leadership, all of our leadership, and don't listen to a handful of hypocrites that's out there. I know a few people that's not qualified to try to pretend or say, when we're a divided community. We ain't never been a divided community. Nation of Islam after Honorable Elijah Muhammad, maybe, but there ain't no divided community. We got some that support and some that don't. We got strong supporters, we got weak supporters. That's every community, but we ain't divided. We ain't never been divided. I will give my life for any of our leaders and the believers in community in a heartbeat. If they needed me, I would give up all my wealth and all my possessions at any time, even the ones that we think don't like us. We won. We have one leader. Before Imam Muhammad, we didn't know what we know today. So how can we say we divided? We never divided. Don't listen to that madness. And when people gossip, we should tell them to take that gossip to your imam, take that gossip to your leaders, to your learned people. I don't listen to gossip. I condemn them. I might be guilty of some crimes because I try to abuse them if I can. I hurt them, but they should have went to a leader. I'm a leader, so I can do that. I can make that call. Yeah, Allahu Akbar. We have a beautiful community and we have a beautiful life as Muslims in America, and we have a beautiful fellowship and a brother and sisterhood with our immigrant brothers and sisters, but they are not our leaders. And they know they don't want to be our leaders. They don't want to be our leaders. Some of us want a new slave master, and they realize that too, and it hurts their heart. It breaks their heart.
Yes,
and we
sir.
turn to them like we turn to the white man and forget our responsibilities. Yeah, but
That's right.
It's Ramadan. Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
All right, the next question we have is Sister Mahasi. Sister Mahasi. If you're there, Sister Mahasi, please unmute your mic so you can make your comment.
Assalamu alaikum. Alhamdulillah. I heard you call my name before, but I'm so glad that the conversation continued. And Imam Warith II, your insights and comments are so valuable and so heart-rendering to us, and confirming for us that all of what we hope, our highest hopes in terms of representing the community, not only on our own, but also for all of humanity, like your father left us, pointing us to that goal, is still super important. I really want to come on and commend Dr. Ramadan for the beautiful evolution that I have seen and witnessed since we were confounded with the COVID situation. It caught us mostly all off guard. They were doing whatever they were doing in secret, and it required us to use the discipline that we acquired in the Nation of Islam and in the transition to Imam Muhammad Association to really combat and survive. And I had to keep reminding myself, Allah has a date and a time for when he will retrieve his servants. We don't have anything to say about that. So when we look at it, it is like we say, to Allah we belong and to him is our return. So I wanted to compliment you on that, Dr. Ramadan, and your team. I've seen exponential growth in the concept of healing occur as we have talked about and taken shura on how to approach the combating of this effects of this disease on us. And then Imam Warith II, I want to confirm, and really this is the Grandmama Hassan talking, I just want to hug you,
Hug, sister. Big hug.
I want to hug you for emphasizing what your father stressed. And he talked about it, about the difference, emphasizing the Quranic concept that Allah says, and your creation is not a bigger creation than the universe, than the whole of the truth. And Imam Muhammad, Imam Rasul played this morning on the Lifeline, the CDH 156. And it says this over and over. I'm so happy he emphasized it.
Allahu Akbar. I didn't hear it this morning, but
yeah,
I must have heard it sometime.
I'm gonna call and order it and pay for it because
Thank you.
I must listen to that. And I'm encouraging everyone, please satisfy the call to honor the WDM publishing.
Thank you.
Some of
Yeah.
we
They
just
say they
do.
say they plan, but Allah plan, and He's the best to plan. So that's where I am. You won't believe how many miracles have happened in my life that if you had seen me 30 years ago and you told me what the future was going to be like without these miracles that occurred in our lives that we often take for granted, like the internet, all of this stuff is new. The fact that I'm the president of the Mosque Cares, you know, I'd have been put out the door so many times, but me and my wife used to say, if we lived homeless in a cardboard box, we wouldn't leave each other's side. You know, that was our spirit. And that was our spirit. And we was like, and we would be just as happy. And I would look at her and she'd smile and say, yep. She was, yeah, we'd be just as happy with that. So we don't worry about people that hate and that get jealous and want you to have less. I said, because Allah may make it appear that we've lost something, but He said, believe that they've lost more, and believe that what Allah has in store for you is going to be given to you in abundance.
Yes.
You see? So what we lost is nothing. Allah has promised us an abundance of what we lost, and it might be near. It might be right around the corner. So
I feel like it, Imam Worth. I feel like it is. And he said, not only.
I feel rich today.
He said, not only will we have it, but we will have it exclusively.
Yes, ma'am. And I haven't sold a tape in a week. And my
well,
bills are still paid. Who'd have thought? My bills are still paid.
I too, in my life, I'm like you. In my life, we experience these miracles, and it just, our mouths drop. My mouth drops on the ground at Allah's merciful beneficence to me, Sister Mahasin. We never expect it from Allah. We don't know when it's coming, but just in the nick of time, Allah renders us His mercy and forgiveness. So this is a beautiful time of Ramadan where we can make emphasis on this. Last thing I wanted to say to the Health Consortium was continue to do research in the arena of genetic modification. That is the avenue of disruption and corruption that is moving ahead, even though we are making such beautiful headways by Allah's leave. And if we can encourage our children, who we're encouraging to become scientists and to forward look, Allah says in the Quran, fight Satan in his schemes. So we should be encouraging them to not be afraid of the schemes, but to know that we've been given everything that we need to understand those schemes and defunct them. Inshallah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I love you. I love you all. Ramadan Mubarak. Alhamdulillah.
Thank you, Sister Mahasin.
Assalamu alaikum.
We got who's that, Brother Kawi? We hear you, Brother Kawi. We're going to wind down the question and comment portion out of respect of everyone's time, and to the Muslim Health Consortium. They're so gracious with their time with us, so we want to respect that. So after Brother Kawi, we'll turn it back over to you, Imam Dr. Ramadan, and you can make, you all, the Muslim Health Consortium, can make your closing remarks, and then we'll transition, inshallah, to the next portion of the program, which is the Quranic Arabic discussion with Imam Elam Muhammad. That'll be followed by our good brother, Brother Edward Abdulaziz, inshallah. Still a lot of program to come up next. Brother Kawi, and then we'll turn it back over to you, Brother Ramadan, unless you had something else.
I just wanted to know how to spell that soup and I can get a recipe.
Oh, the miso soup? Just if you can get online, just put in your search on your phone or on the internet, search miso. It's extremely popular. They sell it in most Asian restaurants.
M-I-S-O.
Yeah, M-I-S-O. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Sister Tawana.
Okay. Thank you. I'll look for it. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. If I see you, brother, I can give you some.
Well,
I got all different levels of it. I got what they call white miso. I got the general brown miso that people like to put in soup, and I got the vintage miso, which is dark. It's black almond.
I haven't been over there since COVID started.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
if
come
it wasn't
see me.
for COVID, I'd be over there.
Huh? Okay.
If it wasn't for COVID, I'd be over
But
there.
now you can order you some in the mail. I've ordered it through the mail before, and or go to an Asian market. And if you really want some, I'll put you some in the little mason jar, inshallah.
Okay. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Assalamu alaikum. And just a few last closing remarks. I want to say thank you, Sister Mahassan, for that about GMO. I was just mentioning that this morning. And we just again thank Imam Wardi Muhammad for this opportunity to share this information with everyone. And the direction that everything is moving, and that the accumulation of what research we have done in the past is also moving us toward is the integrated view of medicine. The two, as I was mentioning, almost the two sects, Western medicine and almost Eastern medicine, and herbal and natural and holistic medicine. The combination of those is the greatest benefit. But in doing this, we also see that we all also are part of humanity, and what happens in one part of the planet impacts us. So we, in our studies, have seen how real this is, and also have to be aware of that. So it's expanded our view all over, and we want to get this written down, you know, in an updated book, and inshallah that it will be of benefit. We ask Allah's guidance in doing that work. Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
And we thank the Muslim Health Consortium for their presentation. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to Imam Elam Muhammad with the Quranic Arabic discussion. Imam Elam.
Yes, sir, really. Imam Adil. Assalamu alaikum, everybody.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay. Imam Adil, yeah, you may be co-host. Thank you. All right. Ramadan Mubarak. And,
Ramadan Mubarak.
and what we're going to do today, I'm going to just work with, like I said, I have a printout of what to look for in Quranic Arabic grammar. And the grammar in the Quran is what sets the grammar in academics. And the officials, big officials, they use Quranic Arabic. And of course, the masses of people, they have colloquial Arabic. And so once you, you know, I haven't been teaching like the alphabet because it takes time to teach the alphabet. You know, you teach 3 or 4 letters and so forth like that. And we've been doing this for a pretty long time. And I would love to send anybody my videos that teaches the grammar. The videos I did about 7 or 8 years ago. And it starts out with alphabets and explain the alphabet in about an hour and a half. You take it as a step-by-step process. But once you learn the alphabet, and then you're able to take the alphabet and then put those letters into words, Imam Muhammad said you should start teaching the grammar right away. And so I do have a synopsis of what, when you read a verse of the Quran, it's about 5 things to look for. And the simple sentence is one. That's a sentence that you actually don't see a verb, but it's a sentence. And then there's another one. The verb is in the sentence that you actually see. Then you have what is called prepositional phrases. I've done that. Dolphin structures, I've done that. And I put in adjectives, and every now and then there's other things that you can do. But that's pretty much is a nutshell of what you see when you read a verse from Quran. It might be just one or two things, maybe a simple sentence and a verbal sentence, or a verbal sentence and a prepositional phrase to complete the thought. A sentence has to have a subject and a predicate. The subject and the predicate is what completes the thought. And so today we're going to talk about two sentences. And I will put it on the board. And the two sentences we're talking about is the nonverbal sentence or simple sentence. In some college Arabic books called equational sentence. And we'll do that. And that's real easy. And all of us suffer from one thing. And that's vocabulary. Words. So you have to learn each word, each word. And the beautiful thing about the Arabic words is they're so deep. The meaning is so deep that it just penetrates your mind, body, and soul. And we're talking in particular the Quranic Arabic. Okay, first I'll start out with the simple sentence. And that's one of the easiest one they'll teach you right off the bat. My heart should be a little better than it is, but okay. And what you have is Ana Muhammad Doon. Ana is Aleph with a Faha, Noon with a Faha, Aleph. It means I. And then next you have Muhammad. Mim or M with a Dhamma. Ha with a Faha, Muha. Then Mim with a Shadda. Shadda means that you should see in your mind two M's. One would have a rest on it or sukoon, and the other one would have the vowel sign or the vowel sound. So it'd be Muhammad. Then you have Dun, Muhammad Dun. That's the names is indefinite, but names is, they have many different rules, a little bit different than your normal rules. But Muhammad Dun. And so what you're actually seeing, I, Muhammad. All right, if you're going to translate in English, you're going to have to say, I am Muhammad. And so the nonverbal sentence is the one that is used to the verb to be in English. I am, you are, he or she is. And so another example of that, you have to learn the unattached pronoun. But if I put this here, Huwa Muhammad. This is a unattached pronoun, and it means he Muhammad. So now it would be he is Muhammad. All right. So we have all. If we say Allahu Ahad, Allahu Ahad, he is the one and only. That's your example of that. So that we have many of those. And so you can have a combination of simple sentence and a sentence with a verb. A verb is action, and the Arabic language is based on the root of a verb, and they use the verb fa'ala, and I don't have time to do that. Fa'ala means he did. He did. And it really would be huwa fa'ala. Huwa fa'ala. Fa'ala. He did. And so if you are able to conjugate this verb form, fa'ala, then pretty much you can conjugate any verb form. You have to have a model, and you follow the model of conjugation of fa'ala. So you have this is a past tense form, so it means it's in the past. He did. If I said Anna if I'll alu Anna, I believe it's I got it in my charter, but I am, that would be present tense. If alu. Okay, so that's present tense. Make a long story short, I just want to emphasize this particular point of the simple sentence. Ana Muslimun, I am a Muslim. Hiya Muslima tun, she is a Muslim. So simple sentences. Now we're going to deal with a verbal sentence. And so I'll use fa'ala, and I have to check my time. Okay. I really didn't plan on going this much into this, but that's okay. Fa'ala, it means he did. To conjugate it in the past tense, starting out, ana fa'al tu. This is your verb, fa'al tu. Means I did. Then you have anta, fa'alta. You did male. The next one would be anti for LT. You did female. The next one would be huwa fa'ala. He did. All right. So that's how you would conjugate it. And fa'ala, again, I said was the root. I'm going to go to I did the simple sentence. Now I'm going to go deal with a sentence with a verb. And the chapter al-alaq, or the clock, that is an excellent chapter to look at the verb forms. The first 5 verses. In that, we have a command of a verb saying read. So that's what I did. Okay. Yeah. Present tense, alu. That's present tense. Alu. So if I say ana alu, that would be present tense. And you have to conjugate fa'ala that way in the present tense form, past tense, present tense. Command form, I can be corrected if I'll. I don't have my charts in front of me, and I'm doing everything from memory. If I'll means do. Okay, and so I'm going to move from here, and we're going to go right to the verse of 1 and 2 and 3, and we're going to try to get these done within the next 15 minutes. It starts out, I do a lot of erasing because I'm using this mechanical pencil. And it's a command form of the verb for qara'ah, for it means to read or recite. And it says, Iqra. And next, you have a prepositional phrase. I'll write it like I see in the my app. Bismi. Bismi is a prepositional phrase. How is it a prepositional phrase? Well, I got a preposition, and a noun is attached to it. And the noun is al. Yeah, my handwriting. Looks a little better. Al ismu. An indefinite will be ismun. All right. So what happened? You have with this particular word, you have, this is what you actually have. Be attached to it. And it would be, this would be, have that Hamza with kasra, but because of that, it's, you go past that, they put the wasla on there. And then because the preposition is affecting this, ismu, you have to put a kasra under it. I probably lost a few people. Bismi, which is really be, and ismu. Followed after that is Rab B. Yeah, Rab B Kaf. So this here is called an Adolphus structure. We went over Adolphus structure. The first noun, you take off the aleph lam. The last noun, the last letter of that first noun would have a dhamma. Then of is understood as a preposition, and it affects the next word, which in this case it has a pronoun attached to it. So it's Rabbika, and that's the name of your Lord. Name of your Lord. We're more familiar with this being used. Bismillahi. Well, in this case, it's Bismi Rabbika. So Bismillahi is with the name of Allah, and this one is with the name of your Lord. The word for your Lord is Arabu, or Rabun, indefinite, definite and indefinite. But because it has a pronoun attached to it, it's definite because the pronoun makes it definite. And so Bismi Rabbika. So this is a prepositional phrase that has an adolphic structure as part of it. That's your prepositional phrase. Bismi Rabbika. So we have a command of Ikra, read. Then it says, with the name of your Lord. Okay. After that, and basically I'm saying that when you look at these 5 verses, you will see a verbal sentence. The next thing you see is alladhi. Alladhi means one who, or who. Alladhi. So who is going to be the subject of the verb that follows, and it's in the past tense form. Khalaqa. If you was to conjugate it, the word would be huwa khalaqa. So instead of huwa means he created, the noun that comes before it is who created. So instead of huwa he created, it's who created. So read in the with the name of your guardian Lord who created. This is a verbal sentence. Here's the verb right here. And Ikra at the beginning was a command verb. Okay. If I was to conjugate khalaqa, see, I'm looking at my time again. Khalaqa. It's in the past tense form, just like fa'ala. So to conjugate it, if I was to say ana fa'altu, that means I did. If I say ana khalaqtu, means I created. I created. So to conjugate it, I would say ana khalaqtu, anta khalaqta, anti khalaqti, huwa khalaqa, hiya khalaqat, nahnu khalaqna, and so forth. I will probably be able to do one more sentence. Then you go to the next verse. Again, it is a verbal sentence. It starts out with a verb. Khalaqa. And a lot of times a sentence in Arabic will have the verb and it comes before the subject instead of the subject. Here, in this case, it's understood that this would be huwa. Huwa khalaqa, means he created. So just by seeing it in this form, we know it means he created. Huwa khalaqa. Because when you conjugate it, it will look like huwa khalaqa. So just by seeing it this way, it means he created. The next, we have the object of the sentence. There. Khalaqal insana. You have the Aleph Lam, Aleph Wasla, so you got to go past the Aleph. Al, E, Noon, L, N, the scene with a Faha, and you have a little short Aleph afterwards. That's a longer A sound. Insana. And the last letter has a Faha because it's the object of the verb khalaqa. So really in your mind, you have to say, see, huwa khalaqa insan. So and that's what you see, and it's translated. He created the human being. Then again, a prepositional phrase follows that to help complete the thought. You have men, which means from. Got to have a prepositional phrase, you need a preposition. Men. Then you have the noun aleka. Again, if it's a noun, so it has to be, nouns are definite and indefinite. I'm trying to show it definite and indefinite, but we'll do it. There we are. Aleku or alekun for indefinite. Alekun, alekun. So this is indefinite. Instead of alekun, the preposition affects it, and so the last letter gets a double capsule, min aleka. It really is min alekin. However, the period, you rest on the last letter, and it's the qaf. The qaf has a echoing sound, min aleka. Khalaqal insana min aleka. And so my time is running out, so I'm gonna run through the other ones. Ikra, again, command. That means read. And then it says where and read and rabbuka. Nothing is affecting the noun rabbuka. So rabbuka means your Lord, has that pronoun ka on it, which means your. And it's talking to Prophet Muhammad. You, your. And your Lord, El Ehramu, is the most bountiful, the most, as it translates. So Ikra or Rabbukel Ekram, read your Lord, and the simple sentence would be Rabbukel Ekramu would be understood, and your Lord is the most bountiful. Number 4 is a real simple. It's a very straightforward verbal sentence. Alladhi takes the place of huwa. Alladhi hu alamma. This is again a verb. This is a second form of the word alima, and it means intensify. Who created? Then another Adolpha structure, because you have the be, which means with, not Adolpha structure. Pardon me. It's a prepositional phrase. So bil kalami, be is the preposition. El kalam, el kalamu is the word, but with the preposition, the last letter gets a kasra. Bil kalami, who created with the pen. And I just translated that wrong. Who taught? Allama. Means to know or to teach. Who taught with the pen. That's literally what you see. Who taught with the pen. Then number 5, The same verb, allama, will be huwa allama. He taught. Al-insana, we saw that before. He taught the human being. Ma means what? Lam negates the verb that follows. And Yatlam, who taught what you did not know. He did not know, pardon me. Taught the human being that which he knew not. May Allah forgive me for any mistakes I made. And hopefully I corrected them as I went. He taught the human being what he knew not. So just those 5 verses, you can see the use of simple sentence, a verbal sentence, and then thrown in there, you will see a prepositional phrase and also a DAFA structure. So hopefully the advanced students, they would understand what we went through. Those who have not got to the point of learning what past tense verb and present tense verb, we welcome you to join our class. And I will put in the chat my email, and you can text me if you'd like to join our class. So let me read this and I'll close out as a duo. Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaqa. Khalaqal insana min alaqa. Iqra wa rabbukal akram. Alladhi allama bil qalam. Sadaqallah. And then you had allamal insana ma lam ya'lam. Sadaqallahul azim. Allah has spoken the truth. That concludes the program for this class today. Okay, so I will stop the video and hopefully somebody picked up a little bit of what we got. Simple sentences and a verbal sentence. That's 2 main things that you look for. And with these 5 verses right there, you will see those things within that. So I'm done, and I see the President of Mosque Harris, Imam Warthi Muhammad II. So we're able to turn.
Excellent, excellent. I'm sure all those that were seeking the information, you make it so easy, and your the way you present the lesson is just with such a in such a smooth way, you know, that people, I'm sure that everybody that was listening appreciated what you presented today, and look forward to seeing the next lesson or joining in on the next class, inshallah. And you put in the chat, right, where they can get the next class, but you also I want the audience to know that he also he usually picks up where he left off, and next first Sunday, inshallah.
Yes, sir. I'll put it in the chat right now.
Okay, thank you, Imam Elam, for the Quranic Arabic presentation. At this time, we may have one brief announcement, then we'll proceed to the next portion of our program, which is usually the business and technology portion of the program. We have Brother Akbar is traveling. He'll be back next first Sunday for the May 1st Sunday, inshallah, with the business and technology presentation. So at this time, we're gonna, I believe Sister Tahira, I should say, had a comment, or her Sister Najma. Go ahead, Sister Tahira.
Yes.
Turn it over to.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. Thank you, Brother Adil, for letting me slide in here. I'm still in Morocco, and it's a 4 to 5 hour time difference. So we're praying and preparing for bed. So I just want to just jump in before I conclude my day here. I want to give the greetings to you, Imam Muhammad II. Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak to you and your family, and pray that you and your family are well. And want to give the greetings. And want to give the greetings to all of the believers. Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak. It's good to see everyone's name and to hear your voices. I heard Brother Kawi's voice. It's good to hear your voice, sir. Miss you much. Just wanted to just briefly announce regarding like Dean Soup. Real proud of the work that myself and Sister Najma and our contributing writers have done with this amazing work. We are on our 1-year anniversary.
Allahu Akbar. And it's truly keeping to the original spirit. We borrowed that name from you. I guess Allah had to send you to us for a little while doing the recipe sharing, but we still have that recipe sharing website. But Dean Soup is truly reflecting what its original design was intended to reflect. And we thank Allah for you. I just had a quick question. What's the temp out there? What's the weather?
Oh,
Well, I know
it's like,
you I'm curious.
well, I'll have to actually check the weather, but it's really like light sweaters and no sweaters at all. But
It's
currently
cool.
it's 64
Okay.
degrees.
And the days are long, the days are short, like our days. So alhamdulillah.
Yeah, the days are short. Like we're breaking fast around 6:45 p.m. Alhamdulillah,
wow.
which is a great blessing. Yeah.
That's shorter than our days. Yeah.
I'm grateful, and and as you know, it increases
minutes.
in a minute each day.
Alhamdulillah. It's always, I always like to live vicariously through other people's adventurous lives. I'm not so adventurous, but I love to hear. It's like I'm there with you. If I could hear more details, I would listen. I'd listen all day about what it's like in Morocco. Who's that young man you with?
Oh, this is when I went to, I was in Senegal in West Africa, and I attended a Senegalese wedding. So I met this beautiful young boy. Like the children out there are so beautiful. They all just gravitated towards me, and we had a good time being these young ones.
Allahu Akbar. I was gonna say he looked like me when I was young. I wish. I'm joking. I spent time in the sun. I get dark. I'm dark now. Alhamdulillah. Yeah. But Ramadan Mubarak, and we thank Allah for you. We're grateful for the work that you do. We could never pay you for your expertise and your energy and your talent, So we pray that Allah multiplies your blessings and increase and gives you all that your heart and your soul desires, inshallah.
I I appreciate it. I was speaking with Sister Najma, and I was just saying that like doing Dean Soup is a part of my own legacy and my grandparents' legacy and the community legacy. And although I'm not active in terms of like attending the meetings and rarely on the first Sunday, it's like my support towards the mosque here and for the mosque here, it shows through my consistency with Dean Soup. And I also want to just take a moment to acknowledge Sister Najma, because she does so much for the mosque cares, and she is really, in my opinion, I think she's really like the backbone of Dean Soup. She really loves this work, and she's just a blessing and a joy to work with. And I just wanted to really just give her a special acknowledgement for her consistency and really being on the job. And thank you, Sister Najma. And I also want to just acknowledge those who have been consistent and contributing to Dean Soup. And please, I hope I don't forget anyone's name, but I want to just acknowledge Brother David Ziad for always writing this extraordinary work. Sister Tawanda for her contribution. Brother Edward Abdulaziz, I miss you so much and I love you so much. Who else? Sister Najma, I hope I'm not forgetting anyone. I know Dr. Ramadan contributed an article. We had a new feature from London Bilal, the MAVA organization. Sister Baina contributed an article. Brother Bashir Rahman has contributed special presentations. And if I'm forgetting anyone, please forgive me for skipping over any names. Sister Najma, chime in if I'm stepping over anyone. But we're just grateful to do this work.
Sister Khalida Akbar is in an excellent program and about her vows program, and had a surprise wedding when she had her last vows program in July. And I remember Brother Ward sending us a message to give to the believers that we need to have more positive activities coming up. We have a lot of announcements about people passing, and I was told you want us to have more announcements about the weddings and the new births and some other things other than.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, because I can hear, I don't know, I shouldn't make the thoughts come in my mind. I would say I can hear a lot of communities and societies, if your focus in your life is focused in that one direction, you have to give yourself a balance, And we don't want to become a community of just mourners, We celebrate, because the life of this world is temporary, and we believe that. We spend half of it or a big portion of it sleep. And we believe that the sleep is akin or twin of death. So the true life is the spiritual life. And Allah says that when we pass on, that we should spend more time celebrating than we do mourning, because they're not dead. The people that pass on, they're not dead. We just don't perceive it. You see? So it's our perception that leads us to think that the deceased are dead, even dead. So that's the spirit that I mentioned, and I really do appreciate that. But we got the world pulling on us too. So a lot of times, African American, I used to joke with my mother and them. I said, some people don't believe that Black people, and so I'm gonna steal this from him. He used this word. He heard my father say that he never heard before, but I heard him use it for pitiable. He said African American people are so pitiable that they don't believe in, that there's nothing else out there in the world for us. So we doubt the coming of the blessings and Allah's mercy and the great wealth of abundant mercy that He has for us. Yeah, so we gravitate to something that's familiar, and loss is familiar. So you lose your whole community, your neighbor, which is a good thing, will be in your living room if you lose too much, and everybody be trying to help you. But when good befalls you, you rarely get a phone call.
Yeah.
Good happened, a baby is born, they don't tell you, So yeah, so we're gonna work on that. We have to work on and no thing is too small, and it's not too personal. If it happens to your family, let's have it happen to the whole community. You graduate, somebody get married, some good fortune befalls them, they got a new job, and then you say, well, there's a social media site called, what's it called? Is it LinkedIn? One of them, no, not LinkedIn, the business one. Yeah, that it is. Yeah, so they got a website for that, but that doesn't take our responsibility away from us, you see? So we still have a responsibility to one another to share our happy moments, and the haters, they're the ones that don't care, so tell me first before you tell the haters, and I'll make sure I'll share that joy with you.
Yeah, because sometimes what people, like our nature, so unfortunately, we can be pessimistic by nature, right? But when we have good news to share, there are more people who will celebrate in the joy of your good news than those who have something pessimistic to say. And it's really good. We tend to want to protect the good in our lives so that it doesn't get tampered with. But when we have faith in Allah and we trust that the good is coming from Allah, can't no one tamper what Allah has ordained. So sharing in the good news is something that only brings more light into the community, more light into our lives, and it encourages, it is an encouragement, and it gives more hope. So I appreciate you and Sister Najma mentioning like sharing more of the good so that we can continue to spread the light.
You're pioneering that you changing, you rewriting the script basically with your service, with your internet service, because death wasn't viewed the way it's viewed now through your through the services that you provide before, and when I was thinking, I wasn't even thinking about you, but I was like, but you know what, you are on the side of what the spirit of what the believers believe, that during this time we don't look at it as such a loss. We look at it as like a rebirth, like that person has been accepted in the presence of their Lord and Creator. That person has passed on, and this life is short. We all gonna be with them one day, inshallah. I believe that. I wouldn't be happy if I didn't believe that the people that have passed on, that were so good to us, that pioneered and paved the way so that we can have the good lives that we live in today, are lost. I hope to see them. I hope to thank them, not just the ones I loved and were close to me that I knew, like my family members that I lost, but also the ones that I know are responsible for the life that we enjoy today that I never met. They're believers that I would love to meet. None of us have met Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and we all want to meet him. you know, I'm gonna be waiting in line. I'll wait forever for centuries just to see him, you know, just to look at his face, you know. And that alone, if I get a hug or a kiss, that man, that's all I need.
Yeah.
You know, so alhamdulillah. And so we don't see those that are gone as being dead. And we're grateful to you and the service that you provide. And we pray Allah rewards you for that, you know, that He gives you the full measure of what you're doing because you're sincere. You're one of the most, we don't meet people like you. Most people go through funerals and sometimes it's a worse experience than you know, than the death of their loved one. Just dealing with the funeral arrangements, you know. So alhamdulillah, thank you, sister.
Let me throw Allahu Akbar in there. We appreciate you for that good commentary, my dear brother WD, and
Allahu Akbar.
the sister for
My good
carrying the
brother.
Dean suit.
My good brother. She deserved it. She deserved that and more. She deserved all she get, all the praise you can give, because you can't give too much praise to a person that praises Allah even more, or a person that is sincere in their deeds and in their actions, you know, in their work. You can't praise them too much. You're not gonna swell their head. You see, you know, she may say that, but you can't give them enough praise because they know where it's coming from.
Did you wash your hands?
And also, I just want to say this about Sister Tahira. I put in the articles, and I do the editing and all of that. I'm a proofreader. But as far as those graphics and putting those pictures to the article, Sister Tahira takes a moment and she has this creative spirit, and she sits back and she tells me about it, how it just comes to her what to put with each article. Even though we have brothers like Brother David and Sister Tawanda, they may have articles part 1, 2, et cetera, each week. I told Sister Tahira, I said, Friday mornings now are like a child who don't get up on a Christmas morning and look for a new gift. And I just love
you get excited. Yeah,
every Friday. I look forward, and it's just a blessing to work with her. And I thank all of you. We also have Sister Camila Furqan and Brother Tariq Muhammad, Brother Shuja's son. They also submitted, and Sister Anna Muhammad, Imam Luzan, Sister Mahasan Abdul Salam. We appreciate all of you who have contributed to the Dean Soup. And I thank our new regular contributor, who's going to be Brother Imam Commander Linda Bilal. He's going to be putting something in on a regular basis for Mava. And you all should go check out these Dean Soups. I tell you, the information, the articles are just absolutely divinely phenomenal. You will not feel like you've wasted your time. So go there. We're doing our anniversary this month, and we're going to ask you, Brother Imam Warth, to send us something celebrating the anniversary, and just help us out with this celebration of anniversary of Dean Soup newsletter. Assalamu alaikum.
Yes, ma'am. And just give me a reminder. Adil was about to say something. Yeah, and we ain't gonna sleep on Sister Najma. You believers like you, sisters like you that were in their first experience and benefit from living as a sister under the leadership of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and being a sincere believer at that time. You all keep us grounded, because we look at ourselves and then look at you, and then we know that if we honest and be truthful, we could never measure up. So y'all had something that we need today. But I thank Allah that Allah has preserved you as an example and as a hope for us in the future. That we on this Zoom, people can't see our pioneers, but man, we got some sisters, man. Y'all say, you hear the people out in the public bragging about how black don't crack. Man, a member of the Nation of Islam, we got superheroes. I believe that when you watch them fantasy shows on TV, I think they inspired by a lot of our pioneers, because they strong, man. You are really, really strong and beautiful, and strong and beautiful. And that is something that needs to be discovered by us newer generations.
You got that right.
Hey, I no shame in my game. I know I'm accountable for what I do, and I'm accountable to Allah alone. So, first of all, I'm accountable, but to Allah first.
That's right. Allah.
Before our sisters, they get so excited about the work and talk to the believers, Sister Tahira, Sister Najma. But Sister Tahira, Sister Najma, before we go to the next portion, what is Dean Soup and how could they find it and how could they contribute?
Dean Soup is the weekly newsletter from the Mosque Cares. You know, a lot of people thought that it was just myself and Tahira, but no, the Dean Soup is actually another publication of the Mosque Cares. And you can send your articles to the Mosque Cares News at gmail.com. You can give me a call and we can talk about it on the phone. My number is 816-813-4827. And also you can contact through the Mosque Cares site. It's right there on the flyers that we put out. It's on the different information that we put out from the Mosque Cares. You can connect right to Dean Soup. And so there's a number of ways. Pick one.
How could they read it?
Support us. Pick
If they
one.
wanted to read it, Sister Najma, where would they go to?
They go to the www.deansoup.com.
Deansoup.com.
DEEN, deansoup.com. And there's archives from all the way back to when we first started, which was April of last year, inshallah.
And don't forget the Dean Soup app. Download that too.
Oh, that's right. The Mosque Cares app. That's right.
Yeah, the Mosque Cares app. Hey, this app is beautiful. I apologize for not promoting it more. It's a tool that is connecting us and those that serve the administrative duties of the Mosque Cares and the community, the broad community. It keeps you on firsthand notice. And some of you all should have got a message. And what I love about it is that the message appears right there on your screen, just like all of these. Like you get those notifications, you get a notification, you can go right into the website. It's easy to use, and you're immediately connected to all of the avenues and all of the paths of the Mosque Cares, inshallah.
Inshallah, Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, thank you, Brother David.
Yeah, Sister Tawana, and we'll put that information in the chat about deansoup.com. That's how you can read the newsletter. But if you want to contribute, she mentioned the email where you can submit your articles if you wanted to contribute and be a weekly contributor to the Dean Soup newsletter. So deansoup.com, that's where you can find the newsletter at and all the other contact information. Sister Tawanda, I saw your hand. We could give you about 30 seconds before we move on to our next presentation.
I just want to say about the Dean Soup. The Dean Soup is the bomb.com.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we gonna remember that one. Okay.
Everybody don't have to be a chef. You know, I'm a certified chef. Yes, I am.
Okay, we might give you an extra 10 seconds for that.
Everybody can cook. So send your information to the Dean Soup about what you cook, about what you have cooked.
Yeah, that's our food sharing section. But there's a link. You can go to the food share. We have a food sharing section also.
Yeah, so deansoup.com is the official newsletter of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam WD Muhammad. Now, wdeansoup.com is the recipe sharing site where you can find all the recipes, and add recipes, different things like that.
And every now and then we do like a, I don't know if you want to call, I want a better term. It's not a raffle, but we pick one recipe for an award or some sort of acknowledgement, or to be the best out of the best for a period of time. So yeah, when you send those recipes in, you could do it anonymous or put your name to it. If it's good, you should be proud of it and put your name to it.
And yes, because see, I don't know how to cook I'm not good at making cornbread. So send your recipes about cornbread. All right,
thank you.
Brother Dill, one last thing. We need to mention the Ramadan session coming up. Brothers and sisters, please register. And if you can buy one, get one free, send one free to someone else, please do so. We have to support the initiatives of Imam Wadi Muhammad. The Ramadan session coming up, not this weekend coming, but the following weekend. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. And we'll do, Brother Dill.
And on that note, that we're seeing people drop off, and that always seems to happen. When Imam Muhammad used to rent these big arenas, we would fill them up, or at least be 80% full. As soon as he moved to a smaller venue, you still only maybe 80% full. He moved to the smaller, even a smaller venue, and hardly no people show up, and that's disgraceful on our part. So the same thing, Allah bless us with opportunity where you don't even have to travel, and we got less people showing up for the Ramadan session for less money. And I hope y'all not listening to the hypocrites out there, because They don't have your best interest in mind. And when I say that, I'm sincere in saying it, that we got some people that claim to be representing your best interest, but they don't say it in public. They say it when we're not around. And if you read in your Quran, you see Allah has addressed that mindset, and we can't.
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, Allah has addressed that mindset, and we can't be weak. And it should make us want to fight even harder and get mad at that a person would even turn to you and say, hey, the mosque doesn't need your help. Yes, we do need your help. We need your help more now than ever. And I would get mad and buy 2 tickets, just to show them in defiance of their ignorance, because the world today is trying to erase you and I. They're raising up images and ideas that promote things that don't reflect the recognition of Allah and giving Allah the credit. They want to raise up. I'm going to say it like it is. I see them promoting the Nation of Islam and promoting culture instead of promoting the faith, which all of these people acknowledge Allah above everything, even the members of the Nation of Islam. But they got a lot of things that are cultural, things that are seem to be unique to them, enough to divert your attention away from the fact that they're God-fearing people, or they believe they're God-fearing people and that they worship Allah and follow Muhammad the Prophet, to divert your attention away from the fact that we're Muslims following the guidance of the Holy Quran, and that we all read the same book. So there's a lot being done to focus your eye on the hijab or the dress of the Arab or the cultural foods they eat, and this is we can't sleep on that. The devil is settled. The devil ain't gonna do like I do, run up and cuss him out in the streets. He ain't gonna do that to you. He gonna be real settled, and he gonna try to lead your children away. You say, well, he can't get me with that. We all know I love my brothers and I love my sisters, and we all know we all read the same book and good. But the youngsters that's learning the deen, that's being introduced to the deen, they will sleep on all of that, and they'll wake up one day and they'll say, who are you? And they say, oh, we know who those people are, but we don't know who you are, So we have to face that challenge. We have to face that challenge. And instead of listening to people that try to draw attention away from us, we have to stand in defense. Don't be confrontational, but we stand in defense of it by speaking boldly what they imply, speaking against it boldly what they only speak in whispers and in sneaky suggestions. You see, we can't succumb to their whispers and their sneaky suggestions. We have to front them and say, what you saying? You think the mosque ain't the Ramadan session? Man, the best Ramadan session I had was the one last year, and it was on Zoom. You see? So you got to let them know and say, I'm buying as a matter of fact, you got a minute. Could you wait? Hold that thought. I'm about to purchase my ticket. Hold that thought. Thank you. I'm buying 2 tickets. They'll remind me. Yeah. Yeah, and just because I'm asking for support, because that's my job and that's my position that I take, but not because I fear that somehow that the evil that people plot against the legacy and the life that Imam W.D. Muhammad, my father, sacrificed his life for and gave all of his energy and all of his talents and abilities to, is lost. I'm not thinking it's going to be lost or about to be even near nothing. When I see a person swing at me, I duck and I swing back, and I'm shooting a kill shot. So that's my spirit. So I'm not fighting back because of some material loss, because I don't worship materialism, and I don't worship fame or power or any of those things that you all covet and love so much, because I know that's what y'all care about, because that's why that person has the spirit to try to get you to sit down when you should be standing up with us, you see? Because in the future, you're going to look around, ain't nobody going to be standing but us, you see? Because the African-American himself is being threatened. And y'all sleeping on it. We got the right leadership, and the leaders with me, we're gonna voice, because it was our imam that said we should call ourselves, we should have an identity. Don't allow the public in Hollywood to identify us as Afros and Negroes. And he said, nobody else does that. He said, you are a new people. You are the new Africans in America, because what's happening today is even your political status is being threatened. there are people that are calling themselves African Americans. Some of them are saying they knew African Americans. So we have to let them know that there should be a clear distinction between an African American, a person of color. A person of color is not necessary an African American, because we know we all shades. And if we don't tell you, if we keep our mouth shut, you might think we from all parts of the planet. Asian, European, African, we are new Africans in America. And we're going to lose our political status if we don't stand up and make that distinction. And other Black people that ain't Muslims, wake up, brother and sister. Other Black people that aren't Muslims are now saying, hey, should we make this distinction? Are we new Africans? Who are the new Africans? You see? So y'all sleeping on leadership, and them hypocrites that some of y'all call imams, that's still looking to think they're going to be the next Imam W.D. Muhammad, and he's passed away over 15 years ago. Instead of following his leadership, that's what their cry should be. Their cry should be those wise things, that leadership and the vision that our Imam, the visionary Imam W.D. Muhammad, Dr. Imam W.D. Muhammad, may Allah be pleased with him, left us to fight for. And that's worth fighting for. The Imam's vision, you see? Not Imam's wallet, because his wallet wasn't that deep. But that's what they want. I'm telling the truth. So I'm sorry I took up so much time, but I'm speaking the truth. And anybody wants to join the Mosque Cares I'm trying to think of the right word to call it, I guess a campaign for the vision of Imam W.D. Muhammad. If y'all want to join us in that campaign, then I'm here for you. I got time for you now. But if you ain't doing that, I don't have time for you. Yeah, and y'all know me. Y'all know I'm speaking the truth. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Ward, team. The second, this is Sister Zelia. I'm campaigning with.
I woke up another giant.
Yes, sir. I'm campaigning. Yes, sir.
I knew if I cried long enough, I'll wake you up, sister. I'm like one of your sons.
Yes, sir. I wasn't asleep. I've been trying to say something for about when the sister came from Morocco, and
I don't mean physical sleep. I meant your spirit, the one that helped this world rotate. You know, cause the sun to rise and the moon to set when it's time. I'm talking about that spirit, that giant believer that lives in you. That's what I rely on. Allahu Akbar.
Yes, sir. I wanted to say I have this article Imam Muhammad gave us about the best situation. That's one I spoke about on the Lifeline, and then I had maybe referencing good times, good things happening in our life, in our spirit, in my life, and with the help of Allah and the believers. And April the 23rd, we are going to have here in Atlanta, Georgia, Eid al-Fitr extravaganza and concert. And on it, it's going to be our dear sister Suwad, Wali Ali, a sister named Karima Bilal, and another sister, she called herself Beloved. And we have an excellent young brother comes out of Atlanta, Georgia. He lives there now, Khalil Ishmael. And with this, I want to share with the believers a wedding we had at Mukmanoon, March the 4th. She has a business about a soap. It's called Grandma's Kids, and she has the most excellent product of soaps and other things, and everything is organic. But I'm just saying, I'm just so grateful to Allah to be able to share those two things. And yes, my dear sister in Morocco, I have the article in the Muslim Journal, where she, and last but not least,
I'll put it on stay on.
I'm so thankful to Allah to hear what you're saying, Brother Ward Dean, because we are going to be doing some wonderful things with the convention. I know we are. I'm looking forward to it. It's coming. I'm not going to say what it's going to be because Allah knows before I do, but Allah did my dua prayer today. Allah gave me some wonderful things that, inshallah, I'm going to share with the committee meeting on next Saturday, inshallah. We had a good meeting.
And I'm not sure if we have anything, but we're going to make sure that you get some promotional information and you can take to the believers, inshallah, during those events, because those are in-person events, right?
Yes, sir. And last but not least, this event is going to be at the school, brother. And that's even better because, as Imam Muhammad said, the best situation we should support ourselves. This one is going to be at the school, Wardima High.
Yeah, well,
High
if you
school.
could put their secretary in touch with us, and we'd like to share with them the Mosque Cares information on the convention this year. And inshallah, it'll probably be virtual, and we can get the support of the school, the believers there in Atlanta, inshallah.
Yes, sir. And we're working on, but no, I'm not going there with that. We're going to be all good. It's going to be real good, but you.
Yeah,
I know you're
I heard some of our heroes, some of our entertainers, some of our top entertainers mentioned. I had just mentioned Brother Wali Ali, maybe about an hour ago, didn't I? I had just mentioned his name. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, we love him, and we love Sister Suad and others. I think I know that other sister you mentioned too.
Karima Bell and Zaima, she called herself Beloved.
Yeah, I think
And
I
then-
remember. She may have attended one of our events, or I may have seen her. Her name is familiar.
But it's under New Africa Art, Music, and Entertainment. So that's another, alhamdulillah, as you mentioned, how they're going to be looking for that. And it's really a nice
Yeah,
part.
New Africa is nothing we should take lightly. You know, it's
Yes,
about the
sir.
identity of a people, and we were identified in such a negative light. The name New Africa brings dignity and respect to us as a people. You get New everything: New England, New York, New Mexico, everything. Why can't we have New Africa? You see, that puts us right there in the pocket with something strong and solid, a foundation that we can stand upon. And people can't say, oh yeah, they just black people back grasping at straws, and they trying to make them a black Christmas and a black Jesus, and they always trying to blacken stuff. New Africa is real. New Africa is who we are.
That's right.
We're Muslims of African descent, and
That's
nobody
right.
can take that from us. We're a new people. Yeah.
And we are Mosque Cares, and they can't take that away from us either, brother. We're going to go far. We're coming out of these houses. The ones that want to stay in the house, I'm inviting you to come out the house now because it's getting ready to be spring. You're coming out of the cocoon. We get ready to do what we're supposed to do. Soldier, I say, first of all, and this is the first week I've asked Allah for forgiveness, but Allah is with us. And with Prophet Muhammad, as Imam Muhammad said, he always taught us to inspire one another. And I pray Allah, that's what I want to do with my family, first of all, myself and my family and the believers on the lifeline, and most of all, Mosque Cares and Brother Washington. I thank you so much for keep caring and sharing the beauty that you do for us as believers. Thank you so much. May Allah continue to bless you and your family. I want to know, have your two children grown quite a bit since the last time they got T-shirts? Because I want to send them the two sweatshirts. I had asked Brother Adil about that. Grown quite a bit now since then, or what?
Yeah, Barack is almost big as me. He and he could wear all my shoes, but kids, they want their own shoes. So I thought every time I bring him shoes, so I leave him alone now, because he look at me. I'm like, man, these some nice shoes. He look at me like I said something wrong to him. So okay, but no, he's big. They big. Hey, Barack. He probably can't hear me. Come here for a sec. Sister Zelly want to see you.
I can't see him. Well, just tell me his size. I'm talking on the telephone.
Oh, his size? He wear a medium and men.
Okay, men, medium, and then your daughter.
And Dawa. Can you hear me, Dawa? Come here. They supposed to be online. He told me they was gonna get on listen to the program.
Well, inshallah.
It's just me. I ain't got Robin watch my back. When I turn my back, I just have to trust Allah. Come here. What size you wear, Dawa? Move fast. Stop looking like y'all something wrong.
For a sweatshirt.
What size sweater do you wear? I think Barack wear a medium because I just bought him a shirt. Come here, Dawa. Come this way. Why y'all sneaking around that way? Come stand behind me. It's Dawa. She is. And Barack, come this way. Assalamu
alaikum.
Barack is tall.
They're beautiful.
Oh my
They
God,
have
he
grown
looks just
so
like
beautifully.
Wow.
He's taller than his oldest
Alaikum Dawa. Assalamu alaikum, Barack.
Walaikum assalam.
And they're doing
Right.
well. Barack is in the National Honor Society. I'm real proud of him.
Allahu
Got a
Congratulations.
4.5, the highest grade you can get.
Congratulations. Wonderful.
At Bob's. See, we're
All
gonna
right,
have
so
all.
y'all listen.
It is no, I'm looking beautiful.
He look just like
Assalamualaikum.
you.
You wear
Yes,
extra small
beautiful.
in women. In women's Dawa wear extra small. So you might have to get her a kid t-shirt. What you wear in kids?
Extra large.
She was an extra large in children and an extra small in women.
Okay, alhamdulillah.
Okay, go on. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, assalamualaikum, y'all.
Assalamualaikum. It's so beautiful to see you children. Alhamdulillah.
I gotta, you
Yes,
see, I gotta go through this teenage period. I'll be glad when that's over. Yeah, sometimes
No,
some
you
of them
don't.
take
Don't
till
be
they about
rushing it.
25 before they start acting like they got some sense. You know.
They got-
It is what it is.
Looks just like her mother. Oh my
They're
God.
beautiful. They're beautiful.
And your son look just like you, brother.
Yeah,
Wazim Muhammad
that's
II.
mini me over there.
Yeah, he looks just like you.
They're beautiful. Patient.
I thank Allah for them because, you know, they help keep me focused. I don't feel like I missed a beat. You know, I feel like Robin is still here assisting us, you know, because her spirit, I can see her spirit in them. Dawa is just as gentle and just as peaceful as she
Allah
is.
Akbar.
And Barack is just as affectionate and loving, you know. Usually after prayer, we hug each other. You know, it's just a
Oh,
thing.
so sweet.
Barack always come and get a hug after we did the group hug. Barack come back for an extra hug. And so
Allah Akbar.
he's real super affectionate, and I love it. You know, because you
That's
never
so
know
sweet.
you needed a hug until you get a hug.
That's
And
right.
every time I feel like I needed that. You know.
Alhamdulillah. It's beautiful.
So we
Okay.
live through our brothers and sisters. We live through our children. That's what I'm hearing. That's a beautiful
Yes,
thing.
we do.
Female does that, and and then our families,
Yeah,
our children, and
they reflect
and the-
our aspirations, our highest aspirations. Yeah.
That's right.
brother.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much for sharing. Alhamdulillah. I hear love on the phone. That's so beautiful. Thank you so much. Alhamdulillah.
Sister Zelly is consistent. She calls in from the actual phone line. She never gets on the audio.
Yeah, so she didn't get to see them like we
right.
just saw them.
Right.
But they, you know, alhamdulillah, they feel that you could see them. They could feel your spirit and your love, you know, which is something that, you know, I'm not going to talk about my problems, but that's a tool of the devil. I fight the devil. I fight back. I don't lay down, you know. The devil wanted, because we social by nature as human beings. So the devil knows your nature. He knows my nature. So they try to isolate me by not showing me no love. But Allah blessed me with two of the most beautiful and loving, big heart. These kids do their chores before I ask them, without me asking. My older three, I used to ask them 3, 4, 5 times, and they still didn't get off their behind. You know, the garbage be taken out, the dishes be washed, and you know, their room be clean, and their beds be made. Well, the room don't always be clean, but they make their beds, you know, the easy stuff that we always fuss at our kids for. I don't have to fuss at them. And I figure Allah will show me some mercy. I deserve some mercy.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, you do.
All right, so this portion of the program, and you know, we still have comments coming up from the Imam, so that was.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah.
So,
I'm gonna tire myself out.
So Imam Alfred, I see you.
I'm gonna save some for later.
I see your hand up, Imam Alfred. So please, if you don't mind holding it to when the Imam makes comments, because I know you want to speak to.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Ramadan Mubarak.
Wa alaikum assalam. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to our good brother, Edward Aziz, world-renowned, and I say world-renowned because he is world-renowned poet, good brother, very sincere, and a very acute listener and observer of that vision that Imam W.D. Muhammad II spoke of our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad, who is a visionary. And that visionary leadership that Imam Muhammad showed and displayed that continues through our leader, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, the institution that Imam Muhammad ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. is a very
retirement. Oh, no, this.
Brother Edward Abdulaziz is a poet, and he expresses that vision and articulates that vision of Imam W.D. Muhammad.
And I would go even further to say
sir.
it's actually the spirit of our ancestors.
That's right.
Of African American people, because he does more than entertain.
Yeah.
He passes on wisdom and insight and deep wisdom and knowledge, and from the perspective of one of our own, and from somebody that loves us and knows us and sees and can see the vision and of our leader Imam W.D. Muhammad, and gather information from the wisdom of the Holy Quran, the wisdom and the knowledge that's in the Holy Quran. So he what we need. He's what they took from us when they snatched us from our life in Africa, our previous life, our culture. A lot of us think that we were just snatched for material gain and snatched from the lavish life that we may have lived, or the freedom that we had to govern ourselves. But we lost much more. We lost a culture. We lost an intelligentsia that watched over us. We lost wisdom and all sort of things, And we can get a lot of that just by listening to Brother Aziz, and because he always leave me thinking. And I thank Allah for him. He's a mercy from Allah, and we really, really appreciate him, because this brother, he's also a pioneer. I don't know if he called himself a pioneer or not, but he from the days of the real giants and the real soldiers who walked that path that was untrodden, that path that nobody knew where it was headed. Nobody had walked on it, and nobody knew it was going to lead, but they had faith and they believed in it, and they walked it, and they walked it with pride and with respect and with faith, So alhamdulillah, I just had to add that, because we about to hear from a dynamic brother right here, inshallah.
He a poet and he knows.
Brother Edward, I see
Yeah, and you know it. I like that.
Brother Edward, the floor is yours.
Alhamdulillah.
He may be on his phone as well.
Okay.
So while we're waiting on Brother Edward, we'll have comments from Imam W.D. Muhammad II, and then we have our much anticipated featured guest presentation, which will be the Masjid Bilal out of Richmond, Virginia. We're looking forward to that presentation. They have a lot of good information to share with us, so we're looking forward to that. I see Brother Aziz is on. Brother Edward Aziz, so we'll turn it over to you now, Brother Aziz.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I thank Allah. First of all, I've been listening, and whenever Sister Zelly and the pioneers, whenever they enter the room, we sit down and we listen. I don't care how long she talked. Believe me, I was sitting there, I was praying that she would do that prayer. Oh Allah, I can't manage this life. I was hoping that she would go into that. Because we feed off of that. We feed off of that. And as you said, Imam W.D. Muhammad II, first I want to thank you, my dear brother, for coming in and accepting the responsibility that you have grown into. And I've loved Imam has really, really, really established this foundation of his ministry, the Mosque Cares, on a most honorable position. And we can see that the life of Muhammad and the Quran, we can see that being revealed and lived in this community through his tafsir. People can say, well, when is the Imam going to interpret the Quran? If you read his lectures, I can find an ayat for basically everything he say. And so we thank Allah. We thank Allah for the opportunity, and for you continue upholding this great foundation, this great banner. And you mentioned the culture. I would listen to the Imam to his CD on the poetry, and I mean, it's just, to me, what I do is from Allah. It's from Allah. It's from Allah. It's a mercy from Allah. It's a blessing for me to be in a position to do what I do, but it's also a blessing and a mercy for you all and you to be in the position that you are, to continue to keep it on the foundation and the basis that you have it on, and keeping the publications going in this ministry. That's very important. Very important. WDM ministry is very important. The events, the Ramadan session, the conventions, the Savior's Day, very, very important. And we thank Allah for you and for all of those of us who are working and supporting this great ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. I wanted to say something, and this is what something Imam had, I heard him say this morning, this prayer that we used to say, the prayer of Abraham. And we used to say it in the Nation of Islam. Surely I've turned myself to you, O Allah, being upright, to you who created the heavens and the earth, and I am not of the polytheists. Surely my prayer, my sacrifice, my life, and my death are all for Allah, the Lord of the world. No associate as he, and of this am I commanded, and I am of those who submit. O Allah, you are the King, you are my Lord, and I am your servant. I've been greatly unjust to myself and confess my faults. So grant me protection from my faults, for none grants protection from faults but you. And guide me to the best of morals, for none guides to the best of morals but you. And turn away from me the evil and indecent morals, for none turn away the evil and indecent morals but you. O Allah, make Muhammad successful, and make the true followers of Muhammad successful here in America, for surely you are praised and magnified. O Allah, bless Muhammad and the followers of Muhammad here in the wilderness. This was the nation of the wilderness of North America, for surely, like you did bless Abraham and the true followers of Abraham, for surely you are praised and magnified. Ameen. The Imam said that this prayer, he said that he mentioned Abraham is the pattern, is the model that's bringing in, honing in the pattern of the human being. You know, when I listened to him this morning, I mean, I really got into what he was saying when we spoke about Adam and Abraham. You know, and when I listened to him this morning off of that tape, I didn't realize that he had. I just thought it was poetry, but I listened to that whole tape, and the Imam had me sitting and I'm pulling out things. You know, we can read, we can write, we can recite the poetry, but I'm saying to the believers, the Imam has a book out called "It's Time We Sing a New Song." And I'm asking you to get this book, to get this book. You know, we look at poetry, I write poetry, I read poetry, but just like the Imam's articles, the articles that he writes, this book has so much wisdom in it. I mean, the poem, one poem, you can take the one poem in this book, and I can look at a lot of different situations, and then not only that, but come up with some good ideas in writing poetry also. Just from this book here, believe me, it's folded up, it's bent up, but we use this on the Lifeline. We have a program called "It's Time We Sing a New Song," and this is the theme of the program that we have on the Lifeline. And I just wanted to thank you, Wafdi Muhammad, and my dear brother Adele and his family, his father. We go way back, you know, like connected. And I just want to thank him also for being there and stepping up and continuing the great work that his father was also doing, but being a great student of the Imam, also working there with you, with the ministry of the Mosques, and all of those those who are on the committees who are working with the Savior's Day, with the Ramadan sessions and the convention. I sat in on the convention yesterday, and believe me, I sat in and I really listened, because I used to sit in before, but yesterday was special to hear those sisters. Those sisters are really, really, and really working, and and for you to give them the opportunity to build their community, to build the system, to build this mosque. That's very important, you know. And looking at that, and looking at the wisdom of how this is being done, and listening to those sisters and those brothers of sitting down, of putting these programs together, organizing for the convention. And then when we talked about, I think we mentioned something about things that just automatically comes to us, themes for these conventions, themes for these different programs are very special, But when you're involved in the great work that we're doing today, like Allah blessed the Imam, He blessed the Imam to come up with themes for his titles, for his lectures, but that was from Allah. It was from Allah. And just like we're doing now with the themes that we're coming up with these conventions, and just like the poetry that I write, that's from Allah. It's from Allah. You know, it ain't something I just sit down and say, let me just do this, or let me just put this here, let me just put this there. It's from Allah. And this is what compelled me to keep doing what I do and to keep focusing in on what I do, because I really believe that it's very important. We talk about psychology and the psychological work that needs to be done. If we take this work that Imam David Muhammad has given us, his tafsir, and the Quran and the life of Muhammad, if we take this into the community, like the Imam said, take it into community and reveal it through what we understand from it, then New Africa, we can be it. We can be it. See, so this is what I'm motivated from. I'm motivated from the people, from the believers that's around, the believers that are working diligently, especially on that lifeline. On that lifeline, there's and I want to say something to the ones that do the poetry, because we have poetry, and I want to mention them. And Sister Baina Pacha, Sister Isla Abdul Aziz, Sister Rashida Asa, Sister Rashida Robinson from Baton Rouge, Dr. Adrian Sabir, Dr. Sharifa Sharif, and Sister Zakia Muhammad, Imam Nasir, and Brother Kawi, and also Sister Daya Akbar. She did poetry. She's still, and she'll be coming back. Sister Tawanda, and also Sister Aisha Abdullah. These are people, and Sister Esther also. But we have a life that Allah has given us through expressions, through the poetry, and from what I'm getting from the Imam and also Sister Camilla Furkan. You know, she's on a program every Saturday. I have a program called "It's Time We Sing a New Song," and the third Saturday she's on, and every first Saturday, Brother David, and we have other people coming on those days. And so I'll bring in different people, but we're getting ready to really step it up and to really begin to continue building this great foundation, building on this foundation that we have been given by our beloved Imam David Muhammad, and from the mercy of Allah and through the life of Muhammad the Prophet, peace be upon him. And we're thankful. We're grateful for Imam Elam for what he's doing with the Arabic, and we are just, our cupboard is not bare. Our cupboard is not bare, and we have been blessed to be in the company of people who seem to understand, and this is what Allah has blessed us with. And I thank Allah, as I said again to you, Imam Waqtuddin Muhammad, these past few months, I've been listening to you, I've been taking notes, and it was indeed an honor to see Barak and your daughter Dawa, because the last time I saw little Barak, he had walked away from my table with a pie. Sister Robert had to bring it back. And she said, don't let him do that, Brother Edward. But I've seen him grow and mature, just like the rest of your sons, Mumtaz and Waqti Muhammad III. You know, I've seen them grow and evolve through working around you. And I'm seeing now a great situation, a great development of them and the discipline that they have and that they're maintaining. You know, this is indeed a great mercy for us. And we're thankful to Allah that you are there in working and being a part of this ministry of Imam David Muhammad. And also being
Brother Aziz, and I want to let you know from the bottom of my heart that goes further with me than any praise that anybody could ever give me, because I know you sincere, and I'm a witness to all that you said. I bear witness to that. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah. And when you say that, you know, that makes me feel good. Like the Imam said, believe me, you know, that makes me happy in one of his poems, you know. And when you say that, it does, because of the fact that when I say that, I'm also moving. I also have things on the drawing board that I'm working with. I'm explaining, I'm showing, I'm displaying, I'm demonstrating, the motivation and the inspiration that I'm getting from this great work that you're doing there at the Ministry of the Mosque Cares. When we talk about singing a new song, we're not talking about just reinventing the wheel. We just want to make sure we straighten it out. And as you mentioned, in reference to our culture, the Imam had mentioned that also, is that we are happy and we're honored that we are not going to give up our heritage, our ethnic identity. We're not going to give that up. This is why he's given us so many different patterns, so many different things, so many guardrails to hold on to, Bilalian, African American, so many guardrails to hold on to, and reviving our unity through the legacy of excellence. You see, so we can reach back and connect with all of the great ones that we've had in the past and bring it up to the front, bring it up to the rear. And when we look back and begin to reflect on that history, we can see all of those great leaders in us. All those great leaders in us. They all in us. So we thank Allah. We thank Allah for once again, like I said, for the opportunity. And most of all, I thank the believers on the lifeline, because this is a situation that Allah has developed under Imam Hameen Rasul. And Allah, as he always say, Allah and his angels are with us because of the fact that we have the audacity to stand up and support this great ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad and make it a priority. I look forward to a day when we can go out into the community. And I was talking to those envelopes, those brown envelopes that you have with the picture of the mosque on them. My insurance company has they loved my poetry, and they asked me to sit on the senior council that they have. And so when I go and meet with these people, so when I set up these councils, we want to have these envelopes, and we want to tell them to support our institution. This is my institution. Support it. Support my institution. If you support my work, if my work is inspiring you, then this is the institution that inspires me. So support my institution. We want to be able to hand those envelopes, not just to Muslims. There are people in the community that will support us because of the work that they see us doing, because of the attitude that we have toward our community. They will support us. So I just want to thank Allah for that and for that inspiration. And we pray, Allah, that we can keep and continue to keep moving forward in this great work that our beloved leader, the Honorable Imam W.D. Muhammad, has came and established for us through his father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. We read the history on the Lifeline every morning. We read Brother Kawi, Muhammad Kawi. We read the Imam's article from the Quran. We read the Imam's article every morning at 6 o'clock a.m. We read from the Imam's article every morning. I mean, there's this is the beauty of it. The beauty of it is that I tell people all the time, reading the Imam's articles and reading his articles in the morning, and then coming up out of that morning, it puts a foundation under us. And when we get into the rest of the program during the course of a day, a lot of times we are really I'm fired up and very creative. And this is where the writing and the things that I do, this is the motivation that this is where I get my motivation from this work, from this foundation. So so you can see yourself, I can see myself in you, you can see yourself in me. This is how it works. This is how I listen to Dr. Ramadan. I listen to him. I got poetry. I write poetry on how to eat to live, but I write poetry on a lot of different things. But the psychology of the work that we are doing today, the great psychologists are going to come through this community, and under the leadership of Imam W.D. Muhammad, the psychology that we need today, because Allah has said that He has sent him as a mujaddid, and the language and it's a time that has arrived, and it has arrived, and it has to arrive in us, and we are the vessels to take this and to carry this on. There's a group called the Last Poets, and when I grew up in Harlem as a youngster coming up and I used to listen to them, the last poets, and I'm inspired and I'm motivated by them. And this one thing that they wrote, the poem that they did, and when he ended it, it speaks. This was back in the 60s, and he was ending it back then. He says that when it comes time for the end, the women, the men will be looking like the women, and the women will be looking like the men. This was back then. These are last poets, and they were Muslims back then. So what I'm saying is that the logic and the reasoning and the rationale, the inspiration is from Almighty Allah. So we thank Allah, and we pray Allah continue blessing you, Imam Wahid Muhammad II, and all of those of you who are here on this first Sunday call. And I'm reflecting back with Imam Usman, Brother Usman, and we used to, my wife Catherine, we'd be sitting up in front of the building every first Sunday, waiting for Imam Elam or Usman to come and open up. So, but I'm not going to.
I recall all that. I could see it, and it's one of the great blessings I feel Allah has given in my heart to be able to witness beautiful couples like you and your wife, you know. And I know that you and your wife inspired my wife and helped strengthen our marriage and our relationship and the life that we live together while raising our children. Just the beauty of seeing you all, you know, and I witnessed to that too. I have to just bear witness to everything that you're saying, brother, because I was there and I'm still here. I'm Allahu Akbar. Yes, sir.
Alhamdulillah. And she's still there also.
Yeah,
her presence is there also.
I can see her beautiful smiling face right now. I can see it. She always had an appearance of, see, the world is corrupted. It's hard to find language. That's why we need poets like you. It's hard to find language to explain what she represented, but she represented a model of excellence. I say that. I was going to say dignity or dignified or mature, like a spirit of confidence. You know what I mean? But whenever you saw her, you in the room, you could feel her peaceful presence. You know, but she wasn't no pushover. You know, I could tell, and she had a lot of dignity and respect for what the creation that Allah made her. She was a believing, she is, and she represented that. And so that, you know, our pioneers, we need it. And this is what the devil knows. That's why the devil don't want us to have our own institutions. They want our kids raised by their kids, thinking that they can lead them away from the guidance of Allah, you know, and Muhammad the Prophet. But they can't, because we still here, and our children are going to be just like us. And they're going to look up, and we're going to still build schools. We're going to still have learning institutions and messages, and we're going to grow bigger and stronger. They just hoping and praying that somehow they can weaken us. But we have examples, and I'm sure now, whereas we may be seen in some places in our closed institutions, but if you scatter us about, then our influence is going to reach a broader audience. And that's what I see. I could see you and your wife influencing people wherever you go. And there it is. You said that the people you work with, they move you right up to the front line where you belong in a position of leadership. You see? And that's what's going to continue to happen. But you know, to the end of the days when Allah calls us back, the devil not going to give up, but we going to give him a fight. I guarantee that. And we always going to come out the winner.
Right.
You know, and that's what I see. The believer always wins.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Always. That's right. Successful indeed. So what I want to do now is I want to go into this poetry, and as you said, when you said this, I got a surah from the Quran before I do this poem. Then you know it says right here, Surah Al-Raf, the height. O children of Adam, we have bestowed raiment upon you to cover your shame, as well as to be an adornment for you. But the raiment of righteousness is best. O children of Adam, let not the Satan seduce you in the same way that he seduced your parents out of the garden, exposing their shame, because he's watching you from a position where you can't see him. The evil ones can only be friends to those who have no faith. And, you know, and I wrote this before I did this poem. It's called The Culture of Death. the culture of death. And you know, we heard the Imam coin that, Pope John Paul II coined it, but the Imam brought it home. And as soon as he did, I wrote this poem. It says, when living becomes easy and all of your desire for struggle is gone away, in a world of extremism, easy living, sport and play, where lifestyles are designed on Netflix and Hollywood and played out in the movies and TVs through our neighborhoods, while our children are being groomed by a culture of death and decay, as we accept it as a lifestyle, living it from day to day. Going downhill, caught up in a thrill, feels good when you're just coasting away. Being propelled by destruction, candy coated as fun and play. Can't control your appetite because of death, we become a slave, addicted to destruction while sensationalism is riding you to your grave. While death is big business, so while you subliminally dance yourself to sleep, Satan is out there waiting to implement a promise that he vowed to keep. And he's just waiting for us to slip and to fall into the clutch of his grip. So when living becomes easy and all of your desire for struggling is drifting away, beware that death is sitting in and soon you'll start stinking and decay. Here we go again. Here we go again. Tick-tack around the clock on Facebook and Twitter. Where's my daughter? You just ought to go get her. So this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with, the culture of death. The culture of death. This is how to eat to live. While life's essence is flowing, true beauty will be growing from the rays of the righteous sun. Natural foods flowing through the soul, food for thought. So grab a hold and know that God is one. Energized by knowledge, no institution or college can feed you the essence of true living. When life becomes corrupt, it's time to give up the things that this world has been given. They feed our intellect with outright disrespect, food that contaminates our soul. As we eat and dine on knowledge not fit for swine, as we mentally gag and choke. Business life can't take the strife, diets of inferiority complex. Afraid to make money, even the bees make honey, our appetites for progress is in check. A glutton for foolishness, and we don't consume the best. How can we live on such a diet? Ignorance with no shame, minds weak and lame. They sell it, but we don't have to buy it. So let us prepare the table while we're still able. This stuff that we consume, it is no joke. As we wine and dine on knowledge not fit for swine, as making us mentally gag and choke. We can achieve the best by eliminating this mess and consume only what God gives. Here is the best diet on how to really eat to live. So spread your table while you're still able. Eat, drink, and enjoy. Remember, God gave you this life through all of the struggle and strife, not to be treated as a toy. Alhamdulillah, 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 Rabbil Alameen, alhamdulillah, yeah, alhamdulillah. So that's, dear believers, I'm gonna do one more. This is the one I did for Ramadan. This will be the last one. It's on Ramadan. And this will be the last one. It's called Ramadan. Alhamdulillah. Living in a world, uncontrollable passions and desires. Allah giving us his mercy, a coolness from the fire. Ramadan, with the two mercies that Allah is giving, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, a balanced way of living. Upon Muhammad's heart, Allah placed a lifestyle doing these most honorable days. And over many centuries, the world is amazed. A backwards people worshiping stones and idols, now facing in one direction, worshiping the one God, Tawheed, giving them Allah's protection. Ramadan, as we fast and pray, restraining ourselves from the harmful things, keeping Shaitan at bay, reminding us that there's a people starving with no food or water to drink. A month of reflection with a mind that he has given us to think. Appreciating the little things, being prepared to give much in a world where humanity has lost its touch. Guarding the 5 doors that Shaitan will always seek, following what Allah has given, while his schemes will always be flimsy and weak. Let us remember that Allah needs nothing from us except our obedience, which will benefit you and me. As we travel on our journey, it's open our eyes so that we can see that Muhammad is the man that Allah intended all men to be. And it is prescribed by Allah that with this lifestyle, we build our ummah, our nation, therefore giving us this month, Ramadan, the month of purification. Thank you so much, dear believers. May Allah continue blessing all of you and blessing all of us and bless the mosques and the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Let's support our Ramadan session for dear believers. If you haven't registered, let's register. If you're having issues to register, call one of us or Brother Imam Adil or call Imam Rasul. You know, we will help you get registered. But let's register and register to support our institutions and support our programs, the programs of the mosques. Thank you so much for Imam W.D. Muhammad and Imam Adil. And to you, dear believers, Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak.
Takbir.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar.
Walaikum assalam, Ramadan Mubarak.
That was beautiful. That was
Ramadan
beautiful.
Mubarak.
I memorized the hook for that last one. I'm gonna have to borrow that. I mean, for the first one, the Ramadan one was extremely beautiful too, and we hope to see him, inshallah, someday. Where maybe you can share physical copies where we can display them in our homes for our family and friends to enjoy, inshallah.
Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. Inshallah.
Thank you. Thank you again, Brother Edward. Was it just me or did the Quran sound different when Brother Edward
when Edward reads the Quran?
Yeah, he's reading. I'm thinking, man, like
it sounds like poetry.
Yeah,
it is.
We might have to get him to record
I think
a translation of the Quran where he's reading it.
Yeah.
He can go back and listen to it.
Because I think that's what the English is intended to do. That's why they wrote it in the language they wrote it in. They wanted to flow and sound melodic.
Yeah,
and I think I think you captured it. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah, the Imam said that we're gonna have our own style. The Imam said that. I was listening to that tape.
And that's in the tradition of Muhammad the Prophet. That's actually, they call it Luga, right? Luga to the Arabiya, which means it should express the individual's expression, right? I think I'm giving
That's right. That's it. Alhamdulillah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So at this time, we thank Brother Edward again. At this time, we're going to turn it over to our president, to our leader of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. Then we'll transition to the community, but we want to turn it over to Imam W.D. Muhammad, the president of the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you so much, Imam Adil Muhammad and Brother Edward Aziz. We really enjoy and feel inspired by your the talent that Allah has blessed you with. And we hope that the community and the listeners here at the Mosque Cares First Sunday program are enjoying and benefiting from the great wisdom and insightful information that we've been receiving here today, starting with the Health Consortium led by Dr. Ramadan and our Arabic, or not Arabic, our Quranic studies class led by Imam Elam, and now some little culture. We got a little culture experience. We miss Brother Abdul Rashid Akbar. He on vacation, and I'm sure he'll be back next month, inshallah, with some great insight on how we should be managing ourselves and giving us alerts to ourselves in the financial world, because we all live in a world and in a society based upon capitalism and being able to earn and compete in a competitive world of commerce, in America and in our small communities that we all live in and share. So with this and in this age of technology, that's really the great mercy and blessing that we are able to witness as a community. So we hope to see Brother Akbar back, inshallah, next first Sunday. And I want to greet you all with the greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Please, peace and Allah's choice, blessings and mercy be upon us all. And I bear witness that there's one God, Allah, and that Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Muhammad the Prophet, is the seal of the prophets and his servant and messenger. Ameen. And all praises due to God, Lord of all the systems of knowledge. I would, I had so much to say, but this is, technically, this is the portion where I speak. And, I'm not sure, I saw earlier, Brother Kawi had his hand up, and other people may want to be more interested in asking me questions, but I'm going to present for maybe a couple of minutes. And then if the audience has things they would like to share on this topic and on this subject matter, I see myself in the position that I'm in as being more productive as who I am. I'm the son of Imam Walathuddin Muhammad, who also we see as the one to inherit the mission of his father, which was, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, was not to teach you the religion, but to clean you up for the one that's going to come next and maybe bring a whole new world in for us. And the world that he spoke about is the world of the Ummah, the community of Muslims, the Ummah of Muslims, which is numbers in over 1 billion, almost close to 1 point. I don't keep up with statistics, but close to 2 billion, right? All over the planet Earth. So this is a very, very large community, and a community that has more substance for the common human being, every human being on the planet Earth, because the religion that we have is a religion that was sent as a mercy to all the worlds, meaning the worlds that of the created world that God, we feel that Lord that is responsible, the one that's responsible for everything we can conceive, and not just man and mankind, but all men and all of the creation in the heavens and in the earth. So the message of the Holy Quran is what Imam Muhammad was charged with as a leader, and which all leaders, those of us that call ourselves imams, are charged with in the office, or in the office, we could use that language of the Muhammad the Prophet, to whom the Quran was revealed. And the Quran is pure revelation. It's a communication from God directly to the world of humanity and of creatures that can understand, and that creatures that have free will to understand. The Quran is for us. The Quran is not a book of angels. It's not given to the angels. It's not instruction for the angels. It's instructions for creatures like us, human beings, and also jinn. They also can benefit from the Quran. The spirit, which we, people that have understanding of the nature of a human being, they can understand the jinn as being that nature that we were given by God during creation, which has that can be influenced, and that can be influenced by our lower nature, like by the shaitan, by the devil. So that's a nature that all human beings have to conquer in this life. And our Quran is a book of guidance, and it's a book that gives you all of it leaves nothing small or large out, and it gives you all of the information that you need to face the challenges of the human creation that we're faced with as people, and to prosper and to live life, that our religion is a call to life, and life, not just life in abundance, to good life. So alhamdulillah. So I wanted to mention, and I speak to those who, I don't know how much the leadership come here to listen to hear what we have to say or what I have to say on opinion, but as individuals and as people of humble, pious people don't usually like to put too much burden on the leadership. But I'm here today to say that really our responsibilities and our work can't be done if the people that we claim to serve don't reach out and speak to us and don't ask us questions and don't address matters of concern, be it they small or large. And we as leaders should be eager and willing to come to the aid and to the assistance of those that have shown a respect or appreciation for our insight or for our decency. One of the qualifications, the true people say the true qualification of an imam is not his knowledge or his ability to give cadence or to instruct, but his ability to reflect the good moral nature and the decent sincerity that you find in the pious nature that you will find in the best believer in the community. So if we are that and you believe that you have selected imams that qualify for this, then we should come to them with our most personal concerns and our most urgent or pressuring concerns. Even if you may see it as something that, well, maybe I don't want to bother the imam with this, he may think this is gossip or this is hearsay that we shouldn't say. Then who do you take it to? Do you take it to one with less ability or less knowledge than even you or maybe someone else? And then that's when it becomes dangerous. That's when it becomes gossip. That's when it becomes dangerous and misinformation. So we should always seek moral guidance and moral instruction even from our leaders. And I believe that what caused us to fall off as a community is because we've lost that structure and we've shunned it. And not just because it's the influence in the hand of Satan that caused you to shun that. I used to always tell people, I say, well, y'all watch too much TV. I say, TV don't want to see nothing good. So the TV always condemns the preacher or the imam as being the man that's really, you shouldn't trust them one-on-one because he's just out to try to get in your pocket or maybe trying to get the women. So he can control the females and he be the big hen and the big rooster in the hen house or something or whatever. I don't know what they call it, but we have to always be suspect as when we see the way we view our life and our community and our society. And when we see changes happening, we are solely as individuals responsible for preserving those things or defending them, you see? So when you see that happening, it's your job to defend and say, I should be suspect of this. Yeah, there are in the media, in the news, there are a lot of corruption, in the church and in some of the masjids where we can't trust some of the leaders. I hear there's corruption, but that's a view that you're given from a narrow little box that's plugged into your wall that you probably should turn it off or unplug it and leave it off. You wouldn't have that opinion if you traveled through your own neighborhood and took responsibility for it. If you maybe visit your neighborhood church and listen to hear what the preacher is saying, or travel to the masjid, attend the Friday prayers, the Jummah, and listen to the message that the imam is giving before you judge and decide, well, you don't need his help or you don't need his guidance on the individual level, or maybe he's too busy leading prayers. Anybody can lead prayers. The real job of the imam is for that personal counsel that you can get, because we should trust Allah in all matters of our life. We should trust Allah for guidance in our life of our health, our spiritual life, our mental and physical life. So who better to seek information and think about it? You don't want to waste the imam's time or your leader's time with petty stuff, but we got a lot of big issues that actually are making trouble for the imam, and he don't know what's going on because it's behind his back. You should bring it to his face. You see? He don't know how to help you. So this is what my call is. My call is for us to be better followers so that we can have better leaders, and I call our leaders to accept the responsibility that they've been charged with. And ask yourself, are you doing a good job at shepherding and taking care of the people that you claim to be their leader? And are you claiming to be a follower or a student of Imam W.D. Muhammad, or as you say, or Imam that had, now they like to talk about their personal experience, because Imam was here for 33 years. That's a long time. And most of them, he raised like stepsons or something. I don't know. And some of them think they are his stepsons. So, but there's nothing wrong with feeling that way. Sometimes I love some people that I feel like I have blood relations, or wish I did, or have blood relations. So you have to ask yourself, are you following the instruction, the things that he gave us as good advice? Are you supporting the growth of the life of the community at large? Are you helping your brother when you can help him? Or are you in competition? Are you contingents with him? Or are you promoting even the good things that he left? We don't have to be together to promote the good things that Imam W.D. Muhammad left. And I feel there's an urgent need for us to review our notes and our books. And I know all of y'all sitting down, well, not all of y'all, there's some that's sitting down and waiting to publish their dynamic book that's going to change the world and put them on top of the world as the most wisest, most noble leader in the world, but while you're writing that book, could you take a little time to reflect on what Imam Muhammad has already given us as vital guidance, that we need to be a ummah, a community, and he gave us all of the wise directions as how to deal with this. And we come together on those common terms. We come together in support of that, or at least reflect that or echo that. He had a problem with having his top leaders. Often we all saw them. They would be on the stage with him. They'd be lined up. They'd be all taking notes and amen and amening them and I meaning them, and clapping their hands and, smiling and putting on their cutest face for the audience while he's trying to teach us. And, but then they go back home and they're not sharing, or they being stingy with what he gave to them, which was purely a public address. And a public address means it's for the public. So that means you're supposed to take all that he gave back to the public, you see? But, it's not too late for that, because what worked then is still working today. We are believers. We're following the life and the revelation that we find in the Holy Quran, and we follow the leader, the most excellent model that we find in Muhammad the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And Imam Muhammad has given us and shown us how our place in society is right there, that we lost it due to slavery, but Allah gave it back to us, and he gave it back to us because we deserve to have an equal footing on earth, just like all people do, and a chance to hear the truth before God can judge us as a community. And we're gonna all be judged. We're gonna be judged on how we handle the mercy that he gave us once he brought us back to this beautiful religion of the human spirit, the Deen al-Fitr, of the human nature, how we dealt with it and how we lived it. And each one of us as an individual, and I believe as a community at large, that our leaders also are going to be held even on a higher standard as to what did we do as a group, not as an individual. You say, well, yeah, you're a good imam, but Allah is going to ask you, what did you do for the people that were left behind, the people you left, or the people that you led, while you were there, and you're going to have to answer to that, you see? So did you follow the good direction or the good advice that Imam gave you, or you just knew you was going to come up with something better and you didn't have to repeat what Imam said? Some of us do that. They don't repeat what he said. Or if they say it and then start talking about something else like that wasn't that important, you see? But right now we dealing with a situation that could put us in even more strife and even more loss of livelihood, and you say, well, Black folks, we survived the plantations. We survived the most cruel treatment in the world. That don't mean we should go back to it. That don't mean that Allah wants us to go back to it. A lot of us aren't going to go back to it. And a lot of us don't think we should suffer. A lot of us don't follow the spirit of, some religious people do follow that spirit, that the more suffering and the more sacrificing. And I heard a sister say earlier that the Nation of Islam came from that. Y'all got to come away from that. That's not your leader. Imam Muhammad didn't tell you need to suffer. He said, actually, that you can get as wealthy as the wealthiest person, and you can have the luxuries and the life of a wealthy person, so long as you don't go after wealth for wealth's sake, long as you go after the dunya or the wealth for the sake of Allah, to serve Allah, then you won't go wrong. If it's to please Allah, if you don't spend a dollar or a penny, if you don't spend a penny, unless you sure in your heart and mind that it is for the pleasure of Allah, then you won't go wrong. You won't go wrong. So yes, the life of this world is for us, as we read in our Holy Quran, that is for us in this life, and exclusive for us in the forever life, or for the life after, in the hereafter. Okay, so I'm gonna stop talking. I can keep rambling, and I don't know if anybody wants to join the conversation, because I'm sure I don't remember everything, not right here now and today. I take horrible notes. What Imam Muhammad said we should be doing that you may feel is vital for society, and you hear it in the background. You hear people talking. When I read my Holy Quran, you'll be surprised what I hear. I hear things Imam did, and I was like, wow, he didn't even say that. That's something he did. And he was following the guidance in the Holy Quran. So Imam Muhammad, he was the man to be trusted. And so let me hear if you have questions or if you have comments that you want to make that can help us in improving our life as descendants of slaves in this part of the world and all over the world, as a new people, inshallah. I see somebody I want to hear from, I know, but we're gonna start. Okay.
We have hands, so we're gonna acknowledge those who raised their hands first, but we do have to, we will go, Imam Alfred had his hand up for the previous segment to speak with the Imam and make comments. So we'll acknowledge him first, and then we'll go with Imam David Ziad next, inshallah. Imam Alfred. Imam Alfred, if you unmute your mic, please.
I like your new appearance. You know, I always follow, when you follow change something, I change something. So I used to wear a tie.
Yeah,
but,
I'm gonna tell you the honest to Allah truth. This shirt is a little loose on me, and so when I put it on, I saw my daughter. I asked my daughter. I said, "How does this shirt look? Does it go with this jacket?" And she said, "Yeah, it looks okay. It looks fine." And I said, "Should I put the tie on?" I thought she was gonna say, "Go get a tie." She said, "No." I said, "Look okay without the tie." She said, "Okay." Now mind you, she's 12. She might have just been giving me her 2 cents instead of the whole $1. But I ran with it. So alhamdulillah. And then the first thing came in my mind, that who was the first person to do that? Took the towel, and that did come to mind. Before I stepped down the step, I was on my way down the step. Before I hit the first step, I remembered my father. That's what he did. And that's how we saw him. That's how we remembered him every day. Alhamdulillah. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's the new look. I might do it. I hadn't planned on it, but I might do it next week if the shirt fit right.
You know what? And I like that because, you know, as a result of Imam Muhammad not wearing a tie, the Iranian leadership start dressing just like he did. So we don't know how important, first of all, Assalamu alaikum and Ramadan Mubarak to Imam in the proper way. I just thought about while I was watching you, and I said, you know, you are a perfect reflection of your father, work and desires. And I remember him telling us, I was happened to be on the council of imams, but not a lot of us in there. And he was telling us how he had prepared you, if he even hadn't been the leader of the community, to help him in constructing a mosque in Chicago. And I think people should take that in. And then he told us he had prepared you for leadership. And I see it reflected in you And the another thing today that you brought up is absolutely important. Imam said this 1992 in Atlanta, Georgia. It's always a place he made some very important speeches, so they stopped inviting him there. But anyway, he said that the next important part of his mission was forming healthy identity for African Americans, period. And your father, Imam Muhammad, had started talking about this identity crisis for us when he was a minister in Philadelphia, saying to the people that we are new people. So, I mean, you're right on the money. I mean, not on the money. Let me stop using street expressions. But they're trying to rob our people of this. This is the new identity that Allah has given us. New Africans. We haven't got the courage to name ourselves yet, but new Africans. We're new people, came out of the old. The people even on the continent are looking to us for guidance. One person told me, said, I don't expect anything to happen on the continent until you all get ready. And we should understand that there are people who would like to take us back to slavery, suffering, and death. But I remember the Elijah Muhammad said that one day we would put down that the cross, which was the emblem of suffering and shame, and we would pick up a starry crown. So we have picked up the starry crown, those of us who support the ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad. And, urge your friends and tell these people, these hypocrites, to shut up. I don't like to be known as the hypocrite whooper, but I was trained under a great man by the name of Imam Yusuf Shah, and I just can't sit silently by and let hypocrites get in our way and don't say anything. And then be friends with some of these people. No, they're not my friends. One of them even sent me a donation. I guess he thought he would trick me. I thought, if you could send me $1 million, I wouldn't do anything to promote you in your book. But thank you. I'm glad to see the Imam Yusuf Shah. I'm hoping he is taking notes how we should address our public. This is how we should address our public. And we need to address our people. If we don't address them in our living room, we should start every first Sunday. I don't miss a person. I had very important thing to do, but I told the person, I said, I have to go to the first Sunday. And this person, he doesn't happen to go to church anyway. So he understood that, look, whatever we were going to do, and even running this city becomes more important. As I said to him, look, hey, I didn't get elected city councilman. Allah chose me to be imam to support Imam Wardi Muhammad. And even before that, I was supporting what I thought was the best leadership, which was Ambilak Muhammad at the time. And when I didn't know any better, well, I don't even get mad with my life as a Christian preacher. I don't get mad at people. I heard young people condemning me. Oh, he sounds like a Baptist preacher. Well, that's where I grew up at. That's Allah evolved me from that world of knowledge to the knowledge of Nation of Islam, and evolved me out of the Nation of Islam, Imam Wardi Muhammad. I'm gonna shut up. Thank you, brother Imam. Ramadan Mubarak. And I'm urging all of us to urge our friends to support the mosques. And if you really are serious, send in that money to support the Ramadan session, and let us also donate monthly to the mosques or weekly. You get $10 a week. 100,000 of us donate $10 a week is $1 million a week, which would give us $50 million. So let's get busy, as the instructions were, and support the leadership and get behind the leadership, not trying to run in front of the leadership like we had something. Or as one of them, I heard them say, if you read the Quran, you're going to get the same thing he got. That's a lie. You ain't going to get the same thing Imam Muhammad got. Allah blessed Imam Muhammad. Let me shut up.
Thank you, man. Yeah, well put. We appreciate it. Alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Okay, we have a couple more hands, and with the imam's permission, we're gonna cut it at these two.
No problem.
Because our
because we have our
East
presenters,
Coast,
and I noticed the time. I meant to, not go so long. It'd be time for iftar.
On the East Coast, yes, sir. Yeah. So we're gonna go with Imam David Ziad, and then we're gonna conclude with brother Salim Manan, and then we'll turn it back over to the Imam to make his comments, and then we'll go into our featured presentation, inshallah. Imam David.
Yes, sir. Assalamu alaikum, Ramadan Mubarak. I just had to turn the camera on and speak to you all with respect. And I appreciate the whole program. I'm not going to be too long. Imam Alfred, I appreciate your commentary. My mother says, send you the greetings. She remember you from way back. And to Imam Aziz and everybody who's participated. And just want to lift the spirit and be a part of the program and give encouragement and support to the wisdom that Allah has blessed WD II with, because a lot of the things that he's saying to us are very practical. And if we just accept it from the practical advice of another brother, a good human being speaking to us as his family, many of us would do a lot better with ourselves. If we put our egos about how much Quran we know and all of this, and just take the advice and try to practice it. And I'm saying that we should take this message and go and mention it to others. And I walk it like I talk it. So don't think I'm just brown, doing something derogatory. I'm saying what I do in my personal life. I speak to individuals, non-Muslims, whoever, and I'm encouraging us to have the same courage and brotherly spirit to invite others to come back and support these initiatives that are being upheld by the mosques, and to just, you might be a big imam in California or in Chicago, wherever you're at, but you should still have a need to want to participate in a group activity with other human beings. And especially those that go back to the grassroots efforts that started with the Nation of Islam and culminated with where we are today. And remember this, that Mosque Temple number 2 was considered headquarters. And that's a high level of wisdom that was telling the people that the real leadership was going to come from the second, not from the first, because Detroit was Temple number 1. So if we want to follow direct lineage, we would say number 1 is always what we look at. No, many times Allah takes the second that's coming, and then that gives support to the first. So I just leave with that. We love you.
You right on point, man. We got a spiritual connection. It might be a little bit of telepathic something going there. I was just thinking that. If I think back, it might have been this morning. I was just thinking that, because I was like, don't sleep on that devil, man. And I'm not talking about the white man. The devil's scheme is to destroy the man that Allah made. So they always beating down Chicago. I'm like, is Chicago really, really that bad? Or they really, really want y'all to think that it's really, really that bad? Or if it is, okay, let's say we are the worst. Maybe we're the worst of the worst, or the worst ever. But I'm going to tell you why. Because you all let Imam W.D. Muhammad leave Stony Island.
That's right.
Y'all didn't fight in the streets to keep him the leader in the headquarters that was established for him and for his future, for that he was born to do the job he was born to do. And he was doing a good job, and he wasn't hurting nobody. He was just moving us on as a society, human life on forward in the way of scripture and in the way of humanity. He was saving us from ourselves. And I'm not talking about Muslims, I'm talking about Americans.
Yes,
he was saving all of us. So if Chicago's bad, it's because y'all let that man, y'all loosen the rope that you had to him, and you let it go.
And drove him out. And that commentary you made about this Afrocentrism and how they're subtly trying to give an image of this genericized view of us as a people. And I'm working with a couple other brothers following your advice. We're going to address this, and we're going to expose how they're trying to bring in the foreign image of Africa as the real black man or the real us, and they're trying to water down this Bilalian, this new human being that I'm a part of, that you are.
They are threatening our very lives. That is life-threatening to us. I'm with you on that. I'm with you 1,000%. And if we have to go on the radio, on talk shows, or whatever we need to do, we're going to do it to address it, because it's unfair. And we know what happens when they say the lights are out, all kind of stuff going. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to turn the lights out on us coming up from slavery.
That's right. And Salim, I see you. Assalamu alaikum, man. We appreciated your first Sunday address, man.
He got his hand up. He's going to speak in a minute, inshallah.
All right,
thank you, Brother David, man. Man, I love you. Appreciate you. And give your mom the greetings.
Yes, sir. Same to you. Give Sister Shirley and your sister's the greetings.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you, inshallah.
All right, Brother Salim Manan. Unmute
Your mic is, you're muted. You're muted.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
I'm so glad to be with y'all. I just was compelled to say this. I was doing good just listening. And that's what I intended today, to just listen, but I'm compelled to share this with you. Your father made a tape, and I'm still kind of reeling from Savior's Day. I'm still, Savior's Day hasn't left me. And I had a tape from the Imam Savior's Day, 2002 in Charleston, South Carolina. I had the tape right here. I've been listening to this tape, and I looked on the website to see if you had it, but I didn't see it on there in CD.
Let's see if we got the same one. Let me grab mine.
Yeah, it's a 2002, and it was in Charleston, South Carolina. This tape, I'm bringing it up because it's current and what you're talking about right now. Right, you got it. See? All right.
So I hate to say it, but I'm ahead of you on this one.
Oh,
that was 2002. This says From Africa to America, an Islamic Perspective, Charleston, South Carolina. Was this the first one or the second one?
This one here says Savior's Day.
Around Juneteenth?
No, this was Savior's Day.
You got the
February
original.
the 26th. Charleston, South Carolina.
Okay.
Savior's Day. And I think I got one.
So that's the Savior's Day. Any more information on that other than the word Savior's Day?
The significance of February the 26th. Charleston, South Carolina.
That's the one I want. I got to find that. The significance of February 26th. Okay.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Well, Brother David, we serious. You didn't walk into this. Y'all know we planned this. We set y'all up for this.
Yeah. And this is so beautiful. It's so, this tape is so beautiful. In fact, I had.
It changed my life. That's the tape my father put in my hand. I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong. My memory, I'll get old now. He put it in my hand, and I was slow to take it because I was waiting on him to say why he handed me this tape. Then as soon as I went to close my hand on it, he snatched it back. And then I was like shocked. I was like, Dad, and I was like, I put my hand, then he gave it to me.
Yeah.
Now he didn't snatch it back because of anything that I did. He didn't want me to forget that tape.
No, and he told them at that meeting.
Your
father told him at that meeting. He said, y'all should be recording this. Now I come here and y'all don't record what I'm saying. He said, you should be recording this for the other generations after me. He said, it's a shame. He said, I'm gonna do something to y'all. If y'all don't, and then that brother from Charleston, South Carolina, that Imam down there.
That's called Muhammad Sharif. I mean Muhammad Idris.
Yeah, he said, we're recording it.
Because I want a copy of that tape. If we got a video of that, I need it. Yeah.
Okay, all I got is a cassette.
I know, but if there's a video somewhere, I'm trying to get my hands on it. I got a video that I'm working on, but I don't know if it's the original. It might be the one I got from '93.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
If we got a video of that one, what year was that? '93.
That was 2002.
Oh, I got the original right here. Yeah, I got the original.
No, it's that Savior's Day.
I remember he continued it because people didn't respond, like you said, and he started celebrating Juneteenth. And look, man, you see how Allah work with us. When we talk, Allah is third party. And you know what happened just now?
What?
You just mentioned that Imam Muhammad started celebrating Juneteenth when nobody else was. And guess what? Juneteenth is a national holiday now.
Right. I was there for 3 days.
Our leader did that.
That was in Charleston. We had 3 days.
Who's gonna raise the banner? Who's gonna raise the banner and say our leader had the insight for us to bring dignity to that day, and now it's here.
Yeah,
they ain't gonna acknowledge him. We got to do it.
Right. Well, anyway, this tape, it made me think about sharing this with you because this has been a struggle all the way through my life without me planning it. And that is, I have been involved with many activities where you had a dynamic, forceful person overpowering people. The one person was in the way and the other little people were just there to hear it and not really say nothing. So when that group was mission with a was given a mission to accomplish something, that one person took over. So everybody outside of that group thought that that person speaks for the group, because you never heard from the other people. He just dominated them. I mean, many instances.
That's the story of us as African American people.
Yeah, that's our story.
Yeah, but
And
mhm.
that's why this is important, because your father took the Bible and the Quran and he combined it together. When he talked about the 3 sons of Noah, and then connected with the 3 souls, Nestor Lawama, Nestor Mukmaina, and Nestor La Marbisu. He connect those 3 sons with the Quran. And he said, you don't have to believe me. I said, no, I believe you. You know, but he said he connected them. And one of the
That's not on that tape. That's not on that tape, right?
Yeah, that's on this tape.
Okay,
when I'm out managing,
we got to make time because they about to break have iftar.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We got our guest people. No, it's not you. It's me. I'm the guy. I can't keep time to save my life. I got to, I have trouble with that. Okay. Yeah, but we're going to talk about that later, inshallah, because I got to find that tape. If I don't find it, I might call on you, inshallah. Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be helpful in terms of us remedying that situation where dominant leaders are overpowering our people. Because a lot of our people don't feel that they can contribute.
Well, that's the slave mind. We listen, we follow instructions. That's it. But we don't lead. We don't trust our own mind. We don't trust our own intelligence. We led like sheep.
But that's what we got to deal with.
We were bred and trained to be that way. That's not the nature that Allah created us with. But that's the situation we often find ourselves in. And sure enough, when you don't follow your own good nature that Allah gave you, Satan comes in and he gives you something to follow. And usually it's Shaitan, the aggressor, that aggressive person that say, hey, this is what we should do. Let's go do this. And we look like fools in the eyes of the public. Like, what are these black people following that idiot for? And that's how we look. And that happens on the workplace and school and the job and in the mosque and the churches and wherever you find us. You find us being led by someone that's really not qualified. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Okay, we'll get together on the tape when you're ready.
Yes, sir. I know how to reach you. I'll call you if I need to, inshallah. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, my closing remarks are those are my closing remarks. That's the last question that we're going to take. And we'll pick this up another day, inshallah, maybe at the next first Sunday. At the end of the program, you all can ask questions and we can further go on explore how we can improve the condition of our lives as Muslims and believers following in the way of Muhammad the Prophet and the guidance of the Holy Quran, our book, inshallah. And so peace. I'm signing out, but want you all to stay on and invite others on to hear from the believers at Masjid Bilal in Virginia. They have some good news for us. They have some great things they want to share with us. And I apologize to them. We're gonna have to get them back maybe, if we could soon as next month, but maybe we can get them back so that they can share even more if they so desire, inshallah. So I'm gonna turn over to Imam Adil, and he can introduce our guests today.
Yes, I'm gonna just it'll be real quick. I'm gonna just turn it right on over. We have several of the believers. We have Imam Michael Abdul Hakim from Masjid Bilal, and we have Imam Gregory Abdul Salam on, and we have Brother Rauf. It's several of them on, so I'm gonna turn it over to the imams, and they can introduce their people, or they can say what it is that they want to say.
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak, Imam.
Yeah, I just got to listen to this talk and it was great. And I ain't gonna waste no time. But I thank Allah for Imam Wafdi Muhammad II, Adele, and all the brothers and sisters. Because every time I hear you, it's what I want to hear.
Allahu Akbar.
I thank Allah for that. I'm gonna just bring on Melvin Raouf, give you a little bit of our history. And but remember where we at, in the capital of the Confederacy. And they did a job, and we But if we follow the law, we definitely coming out of it. All right.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam, brother Raouf.
Dear believers,
Brother
I
Raouf,
give
brother
you
Raouf,
my
excuse me,
humble
assalamu alaikum.
greetings.
You got some
Assalamu
background
alaikum
noise.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamu alaikum, brother Raouf.
Oh man, I got a story to tell y'all.
Mute your other device. We got a loud echo.
Oh, what happened?
Mute one of your devices. You got two devices open. Don't mute that one. Don't mute the one you're talking on. Mute the other one that's in the room picking up your.
Michael.
It's picking up your voice.
Mute it.
You good?
Mute
There we go. There we go.
We good now.
We good?
I still hear it.
We so close together not to take it
This
out.
is Sister Zenoria. Your mics are too
Now
close.
turn that volume down. That one you're looking at, turn the volume down.
Turn the volume off. And
Oh, the
then
other one on Michael's. Oh, he said tell Michael to turn his volume down.
Oh, Michael, turn your volume. Yeah, because it's coming from him.
Right.
Yes.
Hear you,
Turn the volume down. Turn it down.
Alhamdulillah.
We apologize, but we working on it.
There we go.
It's okay.
That's it.
It's
right
good
there.
now.
You got it.
That's good?
Yes, sir.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Akbar. I love your spirit.
Dear believer, once again, Ramadan Mubarak to everyone that's out there in the Muslim in our audience. And before I tell you some about history, once again, I'm Melvin Raouf. I first came into Islam about 52 years ago, and I went to Masjid Bilal, which was at the time was temple number 24. But before I tell you the story, Brother Imam, W.D. Muhammad II, you looking good, man. You them things of God must have did some justice for you, man. When I was telling you about that fertilizer.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, man. Alhamdulillah. What can I say? I joke with people. I guess I could share this joke with you. I said, since my wife passed, I'm missing all that good cooking. I ain't nobody feeding me. I look around. I still look at I come in the kitchen and look. Ain't no food cooking. I gotta go cook. Yeah. I discovered to listen to my stomach. When I feel that pain when I'm eating, that means stop eating. I lost almost 50 pounds. Yeah.
What?
I lost not almost. Since Robin passed, I lost about 30 pounds.
Okay.
But before that, I had already lost close to 30 pounds. So altogether, I lost 60 pounds, but I gained like 10. I gained like 15 back.
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm trying to get that 15 back off.
Yeah.
People talking about what's wrong with you? You sick or something? I'm like, no. I'm like now when I was chubby, wasn't nobody saying nothing. I lose weight. Now you think I'm sick? I was sick. I was chubby.
Well, you looking good, man. You keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow, that's nice.
Yeah, I mean. So, like I was saying, temple number 24, when we was in the Nation of Islam under leadership of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, when I came in and wrote my acts, and I also was transcribing with some brothers at temple number 24. But one of the first brothers that I met was Dr. James Rashid, and he was the secretary at the time. And him and I got real close. And of course, I don't know if you know Buddy Man, but he returned to Allah in January. And we were constantly doing dua and asking Allah to forgive him of his sins and faults and grant him the highest place in paradise that only Allah can grant. And so when I came to the temple, and before I tell you about that time, Brother David Duff was the minister at the time, and his wife's name was Shakria. He changed his name to later to David Ahmed. Dawood Ahmed, and his wife was Shakria Ahmed. But when he was David Duff, he had the temple. A church, and we talking 1955.
Okay.
So some Muslim brothers from Baltimore, Washington area would come down and speak with the minister. And they kept trying to convince him, about Islam and the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. So they worked on him so well that they got his attention. Now, remember that he got this big congregation.
Yeah.
So one day, listen to this real carefully, brother, ma'am. One day, the minister, David Duff, came before the congregation and stood before his congregation and said, well, I have taken y'all as far as I can go. I'm going to Islam. Anybody else want to go, you're welcome to come with me. And brother Imam, the whole entire church flipped at the same time.
They went with him?
The whole church. And there's no record of nowhere in the United States of America or anywhere that I know of where a whole entire church flipped and came to the Nation of Islam at the same time. And that's when we changed the name of the church to Temple number 24.
Wow.
And then here's
you
the
ain't
kicker.
gonna never hear nobody outside of us saying that.
And here's the kicker.
That's the history. See, that's the important history. And see, that's so important. Well, we got it because we got the recorder going right now.
Yes, sir. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
So we got it.
And thank the sister Fisher. And thank the sister Fisher Muhammad. She was helping.
And you wrote on my soul. I would never. That'll never leave me. That's a powerful dawah. That's some powerful.
I mean.
My wife, Bob.
And here's the kicker now. After we became Temple number 24, your grandfather returned to Allah in 1975. And all of the members came, the pioneers came to Imam W.D. Muhammad and followed him right here to the day. The same believers that was pioneers in 1955. We the first Muslims that established in Virginia.
Wow.
And all the pioneers came to Imam W.D. Muhammad leadership, and we are still here today. And this is where Master Bilal came from Temple number 24, back in 1955.
That's you're a witness, and that history is a witness that Allah, the word of Allah is true. That the word of Allah in the Holy Quran is the truth. There's nothing can stand up to it. Nothing can stand up to it. It's the pure truth. That's what Allah said would happen. Yeah. And
here I am left. I'm one of the youngest. I'm one of the youngest of the pioneers left. We still got Sister Pearl. Sister Pearl's almost 100 years old. And Sister Roberta and all her sisters.
You look too young to have that history. I started to question.
Yeah, but see, I told you. I told you I was a vegetarian, so I don't eat meat.
Yeah, that's what it is. Okay, y'all listening? Y'all listen. We're gonna have you on the health program next time.
I'm only 70 years old, so I'm a young mother, man.
You're not. This Ramadan, brother. You know better than that.
So I'm thankful to Allah, and I remember what you said about an hour back. This is a great time to be a believer in Islam, Akid.
Oh, man.
I love being a Muslim,
I can't
Akid.
get over the fact that you look your skin is so clear and so bright, and your energy is so. You can't be 2 days over 35.
Allahu Akbar.
That's how you look. That's how you look.
But I feel 35. I
know you do.
I still run them young boys and take them to the basketball court.
Y'all youngsters, y'all listening? Y'all hear that?
But alhamdulillah, and then also my last comment is that I'm with you on that devil thing. I fight the devil every day. I mean, I grab him by line 4 I can knock the hell out of him.
It just ain't in me. I'm a peaceful, I'm a pious, humble, I'm a peaceful man. But when that devil get in my face, I get right back in his chest.
I knock the hell out of him. I'm talking about that same hell they talk about in the Quran, but the Jannah. You know what I mean? I'm not cussing.
But one-on-one, I'll whip his tail.
Yes, sir. When you left hook him, I'm a right hook him.
Okay, brother. We're gonna have to get together sometime.
But I'm so honored to be a part of those pioneers that started the first masjid here. And when we were struggling out there in the streets selling the Muhammad Speaks, and we had to fight the police, and they was hitting in the head with billy clubs and throwing stuff at us and locking us up. But we went right back out the next day, and we sold them, kept selling. And one brother, Richard Omar, that's with us today, sold 1,400 Muhammad Speaks a week on the corners.
I can't imagine seeing 1,400 people a week. I don't.
Well, this brother had clientele that were waiting for him on the same corner every week, and they came and got 1,400 Muhammad Speaks.
Allahu Akbar. You see, that's the key. What you said, now you just made some young entrepreneur wealthy. If they take a note from that, that's how you do. You have your clientele, but you have to be true to your word. Your word has to be your bond. if you say you're gonna have your merchandise for them at that place in that time, you better have it, because they're gonna have your money.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, your grandfather being the genius that he was, he introduced that white and H&G to us, and we went out there with that bean pie, and we were throwing the paper under the arm and hitting the bean pie in their mouth, and when Muhammad speak, and we were saying, all the way from Peru to you.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar. Thank you so much for this opportunity, man. We love you, brother, man.
We love you back,
keep
brother.
doing what you're doing. To all the believe Ramadan Mubarak. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Man, I enjoy that.
I
I'm gonna have to make you my new therapist.
I mean. Yes, I mean.
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir. Shukran jazakallah khairan.
Okay.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum assalam.
Brother Adil, we'd like to go to Chesapeake, Virginia. Imam Ali Salam and his wife, his beautiful wife, Crystal, they also joined us at the banquet this past week. I'd like to give them time to share what's going on in Chesapeake. They're doing some great things down there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me see. I saw them earlier. I don't see them now.
And those photographs were beautiful. And y'all met my friend. You know, we work closely together. Brother Osama Jamal, he's our Secretary General of USCMO. I work closely with him. Me and his dad, we got on the plane and we flew down, and we used to spend, 3 days in hotels at like a round table.
Wow.
From sun up to sundown. We ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner together. We prayed all 5 prayers together, and we built USCMO. I'm a founding member. Yeah.
Okay. Amen.
Yep. I wouldn't have sent y'all if I didn't trust him. I wanted y'all to meet him on your terms so you can see he a good brother, and he's sincere. He wants the best for us. And the only people that can teach him about about Al-Islam in America is us. And he was in the right spot. So Allah is with him. Allah's mercy is with him, because Allah wouldn't allow him to see y'all if he wasn't with him. You see, he is a sincere believer. And y'all, he said, hey, I'm still reeling from hearing y'all. And that picture y'all took, man, so beautiful. The photographs y'all sent are beautiful. We've been sharing them with the community on Constant Contact. I miss seeing y'all. Y'all beautiful.
Alhamdulillah. But the ma'am, actually, was Crystal still there, Brother Adil?
I don't see her on.
Okay. Well, what we can do, if you, I can share my screen and can share with the believers some of the photos from the banquet.
1 minute.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I spoke to Osama Jamal, and yeah, you were right. He was a human being. I could see
my
the
friend.
difference.
That's real. And I got people I grew up with in the hood I don't call friends. Osama is my friend.
Imam Muhammad.
He got mine. He's my friend. He's a good brother. Elam love him too. We all love him. He's a good
Imam
brother.
Muhammad, you're the chair of the USMC.
Oh, I don't like to brag, but how I put that in the back. Yeah, but
you're the chair.
That even entered my mind. I play, I do what I do, but I answer the call. They call me, I was the treasurer one year, and I'm the chair this year, alhamdulillah. And Osama Jamal, he said it's Allah's will. He gave a couple of reasons. Adil was there, but I'm not going to repeat because I don't want to misquote him. But he said something to the effect that it's Allah's will that they put my name in the hat and for my name to come up. He said, alhamdulillah, he was very, very pleased with it. And so was the rest of the council. So alhamdulillah. So and inshallah, I hope to serve well. I know I will, because we move as one. Our minds are as one and our spirit is one. The believers, we follow the Quran and Muhammad the Prophet, so it's a beautiful thing, because we know small, we're the largest political organization in the country. You know that, right? We're an organization of nationally established chapters that have chapters all across the country. And us, the legacy that we come from, we got association like you, all from the East Coast to the West Coast. And so the scope of the leaders of UFCMO are the same, be it they political, or be it that they're religious or educational, or we even have the law, the people that what do you call it, the law like MLFA and CARE, they're groups of Muslim lawyers, but they have chapters all across the country, you know, and they're also founded. Those are two founding members that we named along with a few others. Yeah. Yeah. So, and we had faith in it. We believed in it, you know, and we accomplished it. It took us 7 years, or was it 11 years? Like it was like 11 years. But you know, but when you doing something and you accept the responsibility, the time don't matter how long it take. We'd still been doing it if we didn't never come to a decision, but we came to a decision. But yeah, I want to take up all the time. This is of the USCMO. Oh, this is our 10. Oh, that's what he said the significant was. See, I don't try to hold on to things that I think might boost my ego or make me feel, because I don't want to represent myself wrongly before Allah. I fear Allah first. So a lot of times things that I should put as important to me, Adil just remind me, he said, this is our 10-year anniversary. So yeah, I put that in the back of my mind because I'm too little for that. Lil Wallace don't need that. I don't need that. And I don't even know what it means yet. Allah had to show me. I don't even know what that means. Lil Wallace is the chair for the 10-year anniversary of USCMO. And y'all gonna remember us like you remember, they might put us on a dollar bill. I don't know. But we the founding fathers of this organization. Yeah, we the founders. Alhamdulillah. And you the founder. Really, I'm just your servant. Yeah, I'm just your servant. You the founder of one of the largest political group or organization or intelligentsia looking out for the interests of the Muslim Ummah in America. And we don't have no puppet. We ain't no puppet leaders. Ain't no puppet leaders. So ain't, you know, Saudi Arabia or any other big countries or the big leaders in the Muslim world, they don't call no shots over us. And I'm pretty sure they don't have votes unless they are part of our council, what's the word we use? Our exec, you know, our broader council, because we have chapters. You know, we have chapters of shuras. We have shuras. That's what makes us so large, because we have might be a couple hundred now, you know. Yeah, 400. See, I'm on a couple. They're gonna fire me, but we got 400 chapters now. So, you know, we the go-to if y'all feeling discriminated against or feeling like you need help or need to call on your brother. We have a unified organization that's here for the service of the community of Muslims and believers, inshallah. Yeah, but I'm talking, y'all should be talking. I think we trying to share the screen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. We sharing now?
Not yet.
Adil, we on?
It's not on the screen, but you can share. You just
he wants to share pictures.
Yeah, but he has to hit the share button. You just hit the,
okay.
The share. You have.
Okay, I'll go back to it. Hold 1 second.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, all right. Let me go back to the beginning.
We're not getting the volume, ma'am, Gregory.
Turn your sound on before you start that. Is your sound on?
Do you have sound with the slide?
Yes.
You might want to unmute or turn the volume on the sound. Maybe
it's on.
Oh, maybe we not.
Yeah, you got it.
What you want him to do?
You have to, let me see. You have to do it, change the volume in the, when you go to share, you have to share the audio too.
Share the audio first,
So but what I'll do is,
then your picture.
it may be more expeditious if I share it. Is this the one you sent me, Imam Gregory?
He's on mute.
And be sure the main host doesn't have it muted at the top of the screen.
Okay, Brother Deal, we can unshare my screen.
It's sharing. We see the screen.
Yeah, that was the end of the presentation. You all couldn't hear it?
Well, yeah,
No, we didn't get any
the
audio.
You have
Okay,
to,
all right. So
but
I have to
when
try
you
to correct it. Maybe we can share it again another time.
okay. Okay.
Yeah, we appreciate, yeah, we're gonna have to see that another time, or what?
Okay,
you
that's fine.
I was just gonna say, if you stop sharing your screen now, but when you hit the share, when you do the share screen, when you hit that
Yes.
button, it's a way that when you go in there, it asks you what to share, what you want to share. If you're doing
Yeah.
it on your laptop, you just go to the audio. You want to share the audio too, and so it won't come out just as mono. And
Gotcha.
it'll
Okay.
hear over the audience. But what we'll do, inshallah, if it's all right with the email, we'll put that post up on the Mosque Cares Facebook.
Put it on Facebook, yeah.
You know, and we'll put that up.
Might be able to share the link through Constant Contact even. Because we have been sharing the visit. We shared the visit. Yeah, the iftar, and also the iftar, was it at the Turkish embassy or was it with the
It was at Crystal Marriott.
Crystal Marriott? That was the anniversary. That was the USCMO iftar, but was there a second? No, okay, right. Some dignitaries may have been present. Invited. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. We would love to see that and share it if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So if you just hit the stop screen share for us, Imam Gregory. And for the audience, there we go. The Masjid Bilal, under the leadership of Imam Michael Abdul Hakim, they represented the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad at the USCMO's annual iftar. So we'll give Brother Imam Gregory a chance to stop the screen share there. But we'll turn it, when we get back onto the main screen, we'll turn it back over to Imam Michael Abdul Hakim and Imam Gregory, and to maybe share, so Imam Michael can share a few words on that visit, on that trip. The way that the annual USCMO iftar came about, and as Imam W.D. Muhammad mentioned, that this has been 10, 11 years in the works, and he's worked tirelessly heading the Mosque Cares and meeting and cultivating these relationships with these other member organizations of the USCMO, which is the United States Council of, United States Council of Muslim Organizations. So the annual USCMO iftar was started. Every year there was a annual iftar that was hosted at the White House. And under a more recent president, those dinners, iftars were stopped. They no longer had them. So what the USCMO did, the USCMO decided to keep those iftars going. And so every year they have these annual iftars. And the Mosque Cares Ministry of Imam W.D. Muhammad is always represented at those banquets and always has a table. And so this year, Imam W.D. Muhammad II chose the community of Richmond, Virginia, Masjid Bilal, under the leadership of Imam Michael Abdul Hakim, to represent the ministry. So if he wanted to share a few words, I know it's almost time to break there on the East Coast, it's almost time to break fast. So we'll turn it back over to you, Imam Michael and Imam Gregory.
Okay. All right.
Assalamu alaikum.
What is somebody, man?
I have to turn yours down. The experience was great. Yeah. Okay. The experience up there was great. Like I said, we met Imam Umar, and he introduced us to a lot of the presenters there, like UMR. They gave us a presentation from the work that they doing. CARE was there. As a matter of fact, years ago, I used to be a member of CARE. And then we had other believers. But most of the believers that I met up there, when they dealt with working with people, they were people you would want to work with. Whereas down in my area, it's and I don't like to call people immigrants, so I'll call them brothers from the other countries. They're different. And here they might want to, everybody want to take over what we got and belittle us. Well, when we went to that iftar, it was the opposite. They respected us. They asked a lot of input questions. They really respected us and represented Mosque because they thought very highly of Mosque. I could see that in their tone, how they talk. And but the experience was great. And I thank Allah for blessing us to y'all for having us to be representative or representing you all day.
And see what from my experience, even in my travels with my father, that the believers from countries outside, I found my Imam W.D. Muhammad, he was such a great leader. He was such a great leader that people recognized him when they met him, and they opened their hearts to him, and they trusted him, and they loved him, and they knew that his people must be just like him. So when they see us, they see the community of Imam W.D. Muhammad. That's who they see. They see Imam Muhammad when they see any one of us. And they love him to death. They love him so much that they actually look to us to help, like we're their pioneers, to help them get a good footing or a good standing in America. They doing what they know how to do the best way that they can, but they want to know what our experiences are and how what the struggles we went through and how they can join us and be one with us. That's what they want. They don't want to lead us. But some of us think, oh, we got to go to them. Like you go, they're not white people. And they'll tell you. Some of them have white skin and they'll tell you that I'm not white, So if you come in thinking that I'm, racist or have the mind of the racist mind, they in Muslim countries, they don't have that, and you got some, but in Muslim countries, that's not the common, because racism is not in our deen, it's not in our religion. So yeah, that's what I found. I found a lot of warmth, but you ain't in heaven. So if you get surprised, don't come to me and say, yeah, I found one of them that this sucker, you ain't gonna believe what he said. And a lot of times what they say is not racism. It's just they repeating something they heard and they think it's legit. Yeah. And we as they big brother, you notice I didn't say little brother, because we may be small in numbers, but ain't nothing little about us. it's our job to point them in the right direction when we see them say, nah, don't say that. Who told you to say that? Like, that's politically incorrect, you know? And that's what I do. I have patience with them and I help them, you know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, when I got up there, I was surprised because the experience we have here with most of them, they are, I'll tell you, racist to me.
And they not ignorant either. They new races, ain't they? They done learned from the white man. They done picked up his trash that he talk, and it tastes good in their mouth, don't it? I know. I seen them. I had to, you know. Hey, y'all ain't met my mother. Y'all don't know my mother. Okay, deal with them, man. I don't care where I meet them, on the street, the gas station, or in the mall, and they might get something they wasn't expecting to get. I cuss them out. And then and then I leave them to figure it out. But I don't tell them I'm Imam W.D. Muhammad or my name is Muhammad before I cuss them out. I cuss them out because they disrespect me as a black man. You looking at me, I could be a better believer than you. I could be a Muslim like you. But they look at us and think, oh, here come this Negro. I deal with it. I had one I wanted to call him outside. I didn't do it. A lot of with the jail. A lot of smoke there. Yeah.
But we're doing a lot of work here
but they not racist. The young ones we have to talk to whenever you get an opportunity and you see the youngsters that's like in high school, even college.
College, right.
Pull them to the side and talk to them like you would do your sons. And don't talk to them about their behavior, just to see what's going on in their head, because young people have a tendency to be arrogant and to think they know everything. Even our kids, they got a job in McDonald's now. They don't have to respect adults, So.
But what you say is true, because when we had the 85th anniversary, we have college here, VCU, and they had a students association, and I was sitting in the room when we was trying to get them to work with us, and the youngsters, I listened. That's one thing Allah blessed me to do, to listen. And they told the history. I forgot which one of us was telling the history to them, right? And the young Pakistani just sit there. He said, y'all did that? I said, well, we don't know that. But one thing he kept saying, he said, I got to go back to our father. And I said, don't they say he's the president, but he got to get permission from his father.
Got that right.
And that's basically how they are, here.
Yeah. But so many people are like that. We the only people that don't have that. Our children don't come to us for nothing. I tell my children, I'm like, man, you got the best help you could ever get right here. You're supposed to ask me questions. You don't ask me no questions, I'm supposed to know you need my help, So yeah. So but the other people, not just the Arabs, a lot of them, their children will go to their respected elders, not the way we see it. They just ask, they go talk to their uncle, their daddy, whoever's closer to them that know how to handle things, and they direct them. And that's why sometimes they the hardest to influence, because they don't want to hear nothing you say unless somebody else tell them it's okay. You see, your truth could be staring them right in the face, and that ain't the way they heard it, so they ain't gonna follow it. But you have to be clever and make them kind of win their affection. If they think you interested in something interested in, then you can kind of slide in your influences. And you can subtly address their disrespect that they didn't know they was disrespected. And I'm sure you know how to handle people, but sometimes they don't know they being disrespectful, or they being racist, or being narrow-minded, that may not be their intention, but they do it. And sometimes they do it because they believe in their heart that Negroes are ignorant, y'all dumb, y'all need to learn something from me, and so I let them talk, kind of like the story of Moses, I let them throw, and then I wait and say, that's all you got, and then I throw mine and swallow up the ignorance.
Yeah. I thank you, ma'am. Gregory had some information that he wanted to give to you all about the Richmond.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna turn it back over to him.
Yes, sir, ma'am, Gregory.
He can open his mic.
I'm unmuting. I'm going to attempt to share the screen again. It's the first time I've ever done this, so we'll go for it.
Hey, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. Some things I know they're important, but I don't make them too important. As long as somebody know how to do it. I'm like,
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
you see the screen?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good.
We need to make more publications and magazines because these iPhones, they make beautiful, beautiful pictures. And that article looked like a page and it should be published,
Okay.
Y'all got a newsletter or something or in your town?
Well, this is actually this is the ad that we ran with the
okay.
Savior's Day event. But this particular
Good.
project focuses on the direction that the Richmond Muslim community under Imam Michael's leadership is following. And basically what we've identified is that the Richmond environment for a neighborhood is prime for growth and investment. The neighborhood surrounding Master Bilal has been changing demographically since the 1990s. Following gentrification trends nationwide, families and businesses are moving into one of Richmond's oldest historic neighborhoods, Churchill North. The population density has risen exponentially. The average income of new households is generally higher, and property values have risen as well. New businesses and services are experiencing rapid growth in Richmond. The Muslim American Community RVA at Master Bilal plans to fully develop its real estate parcels for business in the Chimborazo neighborhood. The Muslim American Community RVA has maintained a presence in this community for more than 40 years. We are debt-free and own 4 adjacent real estate parcels appraised at nearly $1 million in the current market. We are seeking partnerships with investors looking to leverage our real estate assets to fund this and future construction projects. The project under consideration, the James H. Rashid Center, would include living for seniors, college students, and veterans, in addition to facilities that would include job training, skills center, and food bank operations. So this is the promo that you're seeing here that kind of reflects our direction in the Richmond Center, in the Richmond area. I'm going to share with you, this is, it should come up in a minute here. Let's see. All right. Take this down. There's several photos here, but I'm going to take this down. This is not what I meant to show you. So I'm going to go past that. We have 2 3D renderings of projects that we're working on in the Richmond area. This is the all right. This is the proposal for the James H. Rashid Center. As I indicated in the earlier comments, Master Bilal owns 4 parcels that are adjacent in Richmond. We're debt-free. The believers saved money over about 20, 25, 30 years and actually purchased the properties. This is the proposal for the structure that would be, we wanted to do something to honor Dr. James H. Rashid. Dr. James H. Rashid was reflected in Brother Melvin Raouf's comments. He was one of our most senior elders in this community, PhD, doctorate, very educated scholar, one of the foremost scholars in our community. And this man, despite, or in spite, I guess not in spite of, but in addition to him being a doctorate, for over 35 years, he directed and ran the Master Bilal Food Bank Project, feeding well over 1,000 people annually in the Churchill community. So he passed away recently, very, very recently. And as such, see, screen is shifting on us. We'll get back to it.
That's me, brother. Yes, ma'am, Gregory, that's me. That's the 3D rendering you were talking about?
Yes, but this is a different structure. Let me see if I can get back to where I wanted to be. Hold on.
That's
you doing that or you doing that?
This is the
We're moving them. I think
Okay,
we're
I got
moving
you.
them. So
Okay,
what the public can see
right
now,
here.
is it, yeah, is it that one?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Alhamdulillah.
So this will be a 3-story structure. The first story of the structure will be focused upon research, also job training skills, computer literacy, a museum area to focus and place emphasis on the African American experience, the African American Muslim experience. The second story has approximately four residential structures for students. They are small condominiums. Half of the structure on the second floor is actually a gymnasium. It's fitted with cardio equipment, strength training equipment, etc. The third floor is designated on the parcel at this point, is undeveloped. It could be more residential structures. It could be storage units. But either way, the focus here is revenue generation and enterprise. And that's what the focus is largely with the structures that we have. The properties that we have in the Richmond community is seeking ways that we can develop and encourage business enterprise. And we have the real estate to do it. We're moving towards the establishment of a CDC in the Richmond community, the Bilal Foundation RVA. The Bilal Foundation RVA will be principally focused upon the development of these properties going forward in the future.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, that's a beautiful structure.
Oh, and one thing I will share, I just want to share this because I thought about it when I did this. These 3D renderings, I'm sure we got graphic artists and in all these communities around the country that are doing different projects. These 3D renderings were done in a program called Sweet Home 3D. It's a very, very simple program to use. I'm an artist. That's my background. I'm a designer. And when I first came into the community, I was doing a lot of things in drafting the traditional way. And something like this would have taken me probably months to do. With this software program, it's a free downloadable. Anybody can get access to it. So if anybody's online right now, you guys are doing planning for your own respective masjids and centers, even for your home. This is a very simple program to use. It automatically generates the 3D rendering. All you have to do is just draw the floor plan.
All right.
And you said that was called the software again?
It's called Sweet Home 3D.
Sweet Home 3D. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, that's amazing. Alhamdulillah.
And that's our screen that we're sharing. I just put it up there for you. So whenever you want.
Yes, sir. I got you. Okay. So so with that, what I will do is I'll include in the chat area how you can contact the Richmond community, how you can reach Imam Michael to find out more about our projects in the Richmond area, our email address, our web address, and also the Richmond community. We also have launched something called the Islamic Study Portal. We publish it on a weekly basis. It's a multimedia, basic one-stop shop for Islamic studies and also progressive media. We're a big advocate. I am personally, and I think Imam Michael is too, of the progressive media outlets in the country right now. Free Speech TV, Link TV. There are a number of programs out there right now that have very, very progressive views, informative views. They're not linked to corporate media. So on our portal, we also highlight a lot of that, as well as all of our culture, all of our educators, links to the mosque cares, links to Study al-Islam, all of the different leaders within our community and their respective sites are on this one-stop portal. And I'm including that also in the link in terms of how, in the message, in the chat box, how you can actually access that portal. And also, if your community is interested in knowing how to design one for yourselves, now we want to try to train other people to do the same thing.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. Yeah, because this is important to keep our young people that are busy, to keep them involved, and we need to have avenues to express the work, because it's tireless work. Somebody had to sit down, take the time to do this, to plan it, and to take out of their schedule, because building the community usually doesn't pay a whole lot, you know. And that's what we're trying to build the Muslim Ummah. So we need the young people to look at what we're doing like this. They need to see this and have access to it. So it looked like y'all got the right plan. You know, we just want to support you in it.
Alhamdulillah.
When you have things like this you want us to share, just send it to us and ask us to share it, and we'll share
Yes,
it.
sir.
Alhamdulillah.
Be glad to.
Mhm. Yeah, because we have to be in their face as much as people that's leading them down the wrong path are in their face. Lead them to their
Right.
own, you know.
Yes, sir.
Yep, and this is, you know, we say this is what we want them to inherit. So, but we got to make sure they seeing it, they getting it, and put it in their face as much as the other folks put their business in their face, you know.
Right.
You
Yes,
know,
sir.
just email them, get the young people, try to get the email addresses, try to get them to sign up, and get them to join you in your social media, and you know, the best case scenario that they visit the masjid, you know.
Right. Right.
And sometimes they'll visit you on social media if you're in their face enough, you know. And the ones that are from the masjid, they're gonna come back. But we need all of our young people, you know, they being
Right.
controlled.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And the ones in the colleges and places like that. And somebody was saying something earlier, and I was thinking about maybe there's a new type of dawah person, because I could feel the spirit of certain brothers that I know were out there, and by nature we like street preachers. You know, we people that everybody we see is a potential person that we want to share what Allah has blessed us with them. You know, and then you got other people that think they put on a kufi and stiffen their back and walk down the street, and they don't have to speak to nobody, you know. Unless you'll hear from me at the khutbah I'm giving at 3:00, you know. When they at the mic, then they speak, you know. But that's not the spirit. That's what's holding us back. That all of the imams should still be soldiers, you know, like these imams I'm saying today. You know, most of them still soldiers. They don't mind talking to a person, no matter how significant you may look in society, or how big you in stature you may. We ain't afraid to talk to nobody. You'd be surprised, man. Traveling around with my father and with the USCMO in there. And I'm a part of another big group too. Just to mention, because you probably say, oh, well, we know who y'all meet with, the Muslim community. We know the Muslim Ummah, but I'm part of Religions for Peace USA also. And so I travel with them, and they're mostly Jews, Christians, Hindus, Sikhs, and other different groups. And I've, you know, met with some big wigs, and they all sit down comfortable with me. Yeah. Yeah. And talk to me and respect me as an equal. Yeah. And not that I expected any less, but that's the spirit of a believer, that the knowledge we have is not limited to, we don't have to stay in our lane in many places. It's, you know, it's universal knowledge. It's 360 degrees, they used to say, you know, that we can sit down at anybody's table and represent Muhammad the Prophet with dignity, inshallah. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's what we got to do, man. As leaders, you know, we have to, you know, keep in mind that the young people are being influenced, and we have to lead them to the message that we have, you know, give them an option at least. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't talking about the little babies that's playing ball in the park. I'm talking about them college kids. That's what I
That's
mean.
right. That's right.
That's in high school, you know, going to high school and graduating high school, in college, going to college and graduating college. Those are the people that we have to, and we're in a tug of war with. The world want them because they know they are ours, and they know they're going to be a great value to society one day. But they want them to work for them, not us. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
Imam Gregory, I don't know if I thought I heard Brother Jared. I don't know if he was trying to get your attention. I thought I heard him say, but Imam Gregory, I'm not sure. Brother Jared, I believe he went on the trip with you all to Iftar. Brother Jared, I heard your mic open a second ago. If that, I'm with your permission, I think he was trying to get your attention, Imam Gregory.
Yes.
Brother Jared, if you want to mute your mic.
Yes, assalamu alaikum.
Yes, welcome, son, Brother Jared.
Yes, sorry about that. I'm driving, but yeah, the banquet was wonderful. Just like Imam Michael was saying, there was a a lot of organizations. It was good to be amongst the believers and the other organizations like that were doing good work, great work. Some helped the blind be able to see, and they had presentations on the droughts. There were several droughts, and just spreading awareness to help people get water. I think certain countries, I think it was Kenya or, and then there was Muna, Muslim United of North America, and Amr. There's a lot of organizations, and they were all interested in the mosque cares. Yeah, our table was next to CARE, the Council of American Islamic Relations, and they were asking about the mosque cares. And yeah, after the banquet, it was a nice dinner, and after that, yeah, we networked and talked about yeah, they were interviewing us.
You probably met Brother Nihad. He's I believe he's what is he, the founder or he may be the president? He's the acting president.
Of US.
He's the executive director, yeah.
Okay.
CARE, yeah.
Oh,
That's my buddy too. That's another one of my friends.
CARE, yeah. I met Edward, Robert. There was I was sitting actually at the CARE table, and they knew some of the people from Manassas Masjid that I where I'm from, Northern Virginia, and they were on the project of some of the issues that they were having. But yeah, alhamdulillah, it was great.
I know it was short notice. I'm gonna give y'all the heads up. My strategy is to take as much dawah material as I can carry. If I don't want to slide there with a briefcase too big, but y'all had it. I walked to every table. I greeted every person, and I put a card on the table. And then you know what happens when you do that? Everybody at the table, oh, can I have one of those? What is that? What is that? Can I have one of those? I get everybody my card. Everybody my card. Yeah.
Yes.
And and they're your brothers, so you shouldn't feel comfortable. It's not like you're at some bougie event where you can't get up and talk to nobody. Everybody in the room is your brother. And we have limited access to them. And those are the people that we need access to. They are brothers that we come from different backgrounds, but we all cut from the same cloth, and we need to get to know each other. Yeah. And they need to know us more than we need to know them. I used to tell people something. This woman asked me, Bible class. I'm like, for what? I said, I'm raised in America. I'm a Muslim, but I know all about your religion. I don't need to go to no Bible study, And just like that, we know about the Muslim world. They don't know about our world. We Muslim world too, but we not publicized. We're not in the news every day. Yeah. Alhamdulillah.
I think we break it out fast.
Okay.
That's our time.
All right. So, may Allah bless your fast today. Alhamdulillah. And Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
We got to answer the call, inshallah. Thank you. We really appreciate you. And inshallah, we're going to share the information, and y'all keep it coming. Keep us, let us know what's going on, because your story is one that the entire community should follow. They don't need to just hear about you. They need to follow your history and follow your present actions and follow your future, to make sure that we keep it all in our hearts and at least in our prayers.
I mean, mashallah. Thank you, brother, man.
Thank you.
All right. So with that being said, I believe
we're gonna close out.
Okay. All right.
I can close out without Fatiha, or because it's time. The time is on us. Okay. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. Amen.
Thank you all for joining us. Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Thank you.
Ramadan Mubarak.
Yeah.